Hello everyone. Sound check, sound check. How are we doing tonight? Hello, Anuxa and company. Crackle. Slept as Joe. Indeed. Was a little early on that one. Hello, Tauta. Hello, Sovereign. Looking good, my friend. Thank you. Matthias. McPanna team. Yo. Taylor. Sailor. Mr. Laco. Mackin. How are you doing tonight? Donovan, I'm doing quite well. Quite well. Can't complain. The weather is changing here. Now we're going from too hot to a little bit too cold. A little bit more the ordinary to be Sweden. But I can't complain, especially when I'm working a lot in front of a computer. I prefer to have it dark and cold. I also don't get as much... what is the word? You know, that feeling when it's sunny out and you want to be out in the sun, right? Bill Bunty with subscription. The skull share you add to the game is beautiful. We placed a tall chest in front of it, and now we have a desk fit for a CEO. Cool to hear that, Bill Bunty. Yeah, that was a cool share from the Necro inspired patch. So we're glad you enjoyed it. Free Stouty. I love this season in Sweden. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the variation we have in Sweden, right? From a little sunny, hot to, you know, the different seasons. But I do like it, especially when it's the dark, cold season, when there's a lot of hard work and focus, especially in front of the computer. Feels like I'm not missing out on any sunny days out, you know? Some approaches of the tower shields. Glad you enjoyed them so far. Hello, Heineken. That's a beer. What do you think of the Queen's death? Oh my god, I haven't noticed. I haven't been updated. I must have missed it. Sounds terrible. Good, good. Loving the ritualism changes to make it more accessible. We're getting permanent ritual circle soon. Yeah, so the ritual tables inside houses, obviously that allows you to create creatures. We decided not to add them because we've had issues with pets inside houses, as many of you are aware of already. We don't have a name system inside houses, so they can't move there. So we thought that it may become a mess or frustration if we create something awesome and you can't move it whenever we need to. So that's on our upcoming roadmap. We have we're gonna add that house number system, which will allow us to place those benches again, along with other things that rely on AI. So it's coming. It's coming. So we are following up a little bit on the different balance part when it comes to ritual stuff, spells and so on, mobs in general. Also, some of the clades balance, gifts balance. So you can expect to see some tweaks for sure on some of those ritual creatures as well. Yo, Stouty. Yeah, no, I know that too well, Henrik. Today hit different in Germany as well. Cold and rainy. Yeah, it's been quite cold and rainy almost the whole day here as well now. But you know, if it's not too hot, it's too cold, right? What up, Henrik? Can we get some specifics on human stay class changes today? So, as I mentioned a little bit before, we made a power change on the stats, especially since the first game, as many of you are aware, coming from that game, when it comes to the power behind each stat. Based on that power, we have kind of like a score system. So those clays that had less high cap of the less powerful got more stat bonuses, while the opposite, if you had high dex speed, was extremely king in the first game, which limited the gameplay extremely hard. Those clays got less of the stat bonus pool. So now we've done a session around that to make sense to give those clays that got still have the high power stats, but since they are not getting that extreme bonuses in speed as such, they are getting the stat bonuses just as the other ones as well. So specifically, the Corites are getting it, Kalar is getting it, the Hurgar is getting it, and I'm not sure if it was one more, but at least those are getting a little buff in the total stat bonuses due to this system. So that will obviously also affect if you are a third star mixed with a Corite, you will also get that bonuses. It is a bonus per parent, and since there are 4 parents, they get the respective stat bonuses. So a little tweak there to give them the proper stat range. And then we also, as you know, we have 2 underperforming gifts for the humans. The Team War Cry that we plan to do a little nudge on, and we have the Opportunities, if I'm not mistaken, the name of that gift, that we also need an update on. So we're actually elaborating if we should just convert it into supporting the upcoming task system, or if it should be replaced with something totally new, interesting, gameplay-wise, action-wise for the humans. So that's the update on the humans. We get TC preview. So we are still heavily focusing on, pretty much the entire team is still quite heavily focused on polish and bug fixing. As you know, we're still in that main focus area. We will slowly, a few of the developers will transition back to more content and feature focus as long as we have finished some of the polish, the bugs that we have on our list. So eventually we'll be able to show more of those progression as well. As you know, we're also taking transition with Unreal 5, so that's also a big focus for a big chunk of the team that are heavily involved in that. But we are in the process because, since there are so many different positions, obviously everyone can't work at the same thing at the same time. So a lot of things are happening in a few areas to be prepared and ready for whenever the art section or the code section do their part in the different features. And it's been quite interesting to go through the design of the new siege system, designing the new siege weapons. You will recognize the siege weapons from the first game, but obviously we are remaking them, trying to make them more believable and fitting to the game. And also this time we're also making them more, we're making a gameplay modernized update to them. And what I mean with that is that rather than having a little bit awkward interaction with the old siege weapons where you kind of nudge on a specific polygon and the thing moved a little bit and you kept nudging those machines. You know, if you were playing a modern game today, that obviously wouldn't be the way to interact with siege machines. So we're trying to make them more feel like, you know, a modern game when it comes to how do you occupy the aiming and shooting position on the siege machines, and how do you make it you know, move around it in such an efficient way. And we still want to make it you know, tactical, interesting, where a coordinated team can use something, a huge machine, more effectively, rather than not just being one or two person where something may not even be possible at all. For instance, you wouldn't be able to move a huge catapult with just one person or even two persons. You may need at least 4 to move that one. And it's also going to be based on we're looking to see if we can manage to make it based on strength as well, so that can have an interesting impact. So you could occupy it with 2 huge strong thrusters to move it around, or, you know, 4 average strong ones, or even maximize it fully and make it move even faster. Stuff like that is something we're looking into, see how we can make that refined level even more interesting as well, based on character and tactics. But yeah, after the polish focus, TC and sieging are pretty much the 2 largest systems that we are focusing on to finalize and make them as good as possible and as enjoyable as possible. Stein, thank you very much for the subs, and Tevran, thank you for the prime. All right, I'm falling behind. I see. Let's see. Tevran, when we will have more ritual altars fixed on the map and to places in houses. Yeah, I just commented on that just a brief minute ago. The reason we don't have them for you to place them in the houses already is because we lack the house namesh system. If you're creating a pet inside your house now, it will be stuck. You know, similar how you can't bring in your pets in the houses and move them around and have control over them. So it would be a mess, you know, frustrating. And if you can't get it out of your house, you may have to petition it to GMs, and that wouldn't be a good setup until we have the in-house namesh. So that is the reason we had to put that on hold until we have the namesh in-house. So hopefully not too late. It's on our upcoming roadmaps. Let me I'm going to make an announcement about Amus. Yeah, unfortunately, very sad news. I'm not sure if you have read it on our forums. We made a announcement. We had a game master with us for several years that had been an awesome person and have made an awesome contribution to the Star Wars Mortal Online and the whole development, in terms of being an awesome support and an awesome co-worker. And yeah, sad news. He passed away just recently. So very sad day for Star Wars, obviously, and it feels I feel strongly for his family and what they're going through. So I've gone through that myself quite closely as well in my family, so I know how difficult that is. So yeah, very sad news. Let me scroll down because I'm falling behind, I see, so I'm responding on a little bit old questions and you may be repeating those questions. So let me get back to where we are here. Yeah, shit, sorry guys, I'm missing out on a few here. May I rest in peace, indeed. Thank you. Amos was a really good guy. How to hear about it? Yeah, I fully agree. It really struck me in the gut. Very, yeah, very sad. And he always been a very positive, really nice guy at all times that he have been with us. So very unfortunate and sad. LJFL Goldblom. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate it. I butchered that name a little bit. Thus, damage issue isn't particular to necropets. No, it's to all pets inside houses. Did you know Monte Combat is broken? Yeah, I heard about the report on the damage being off. So I know the developers are investigating that to get that back to where it used to be or should be. And then we also later down, again, you know we're struggling a little bit with animation manpower currently. But we do also want to buff or at least improve the mountain combat experience. It relies heavily on the control and animation, which limiting that in not the best way. So that is also on our upcoming map in terms of do a session around that as well. So hopefully players that are interesting in mountain combat will be able to enjoy it better. Or bugs in inventory. Yeah, so there shouldn't be specific cases of new ones. There have been since the whole journey from to, I think it was 2 patches ago or something, we had issues when it comes to house items and bugs that made them invisible to players in different ways. And we have fixed those that we are aware of and that we have managed to reproduce thanks to you guys reporting them. And since then, to my knowledge, we haven't really found new cases. But if you do find a new very specific case, please do report it. We have a very high prioritized focus on making sure we solve all of those if there's anything left. So an update on a game using 100% of AMD GPU usage while playing. No, I don't have any insight in that actually. Usually players are CPU bound in Mortal Online in most of the cases, which means the CPU is holding back your GPU for the majority of gaming sessions. So I'm not sure what's going on if you have the opposite, as this may sound as. Yeah. Yeah, we're aware of transferring houses and demolish your house or kind of, put it down is a very important part that we want to offer as well. So we're looking to add that function earlier than the whole TC package if we're able to do that separately without going through too much of an issue to give you that tool sooner rather than later with TC. So we're going through that right now also to see where that may fit and how that can be done and if it's really can be done in a convenient way without wrecking our different requirements when we're building on houses. with tattoos and haircuts being game soon. So we are slowly working also on expanding on hairstyles and tattoos that will be obtained in different ways in the game. And yes, as mentioned before, we want to tie these to professional skills as well. So you'll be able to access the hair modification window again in game and offer that to a person that you're doing a trade with. So you will be able to learn new tattoos and hairstyles and offer those to players. And we want to offer those in different ways, both earning them, discovering them, and also finding unique or rare types that you choose to offer these as a service to other players or not. I don't know exactly where this goes on the feature list at this point. We have quite a few big, very important ones that everyone is screaming for to get first into the game before we can continue towards the rest of these very different features. But sooner or later, you will see it on the upcoming roadmap as well. Every now and then there are smaller and then larger features. Some requires less of the team, some requires more of the developers and more co-work as well. So it's always a little of a challenge. How do we make the upcoming sprints in a good way so it's efficient, so there's no blockers for the different phases in the development. So that's also always been a big challenge when building a game like Mortal Online that is, not just a clear straight path, but it goes into so many different complex features that also interact with each others in different ways or affect each others. So it's an additional challenge, I would say, how to get those pieces in place and in what order and who is involved in fully finalizing these features. When will the adamant trinkets be buffed? So adamant are supposed to be very rare, but I think there are room for some of the mid-range that are also. So again, we want to make sure that we follow this drop so we can see everything in the database, what drop rates, how are these things going into the game, and we want to make sure it kind of follows the desired design in terms of very common in the first ones to average to very rare. So, and that's obviously difficult. It's also chances, right? And in different ways. So we try to follow up on that every now and then just to see if it's correct to do some small adjustment eventually. But yeah, some things are meant to be rare and slowly go into the game rather than quickly. So that's just also how some things are. They're meant to be, or some things are meant to be very slowly going into the game. So inventory invisible constant happen with it every time I use a house chest. So are you able to reproduce that constant invisible issue that you refer biscuits? Then or I hope that you have reported that bug with the description, because then it will be much easier for the developers to make sure or track it down and fix it as soon as possible. So we really appreciate if you also write a description. How do you reproduce this bug? Salt Pitcher, thank you for the prime. Domination is also on a polish focus, so it will hopefully sooner rather than later be in one of our upcoming polish fixes. Onion, just a few minutes ago, I went through the human tweaks we are about to do. Maybe you just missed it a few minutes ago. So a little bit with the stat changes, and also there are those two specific gifts, opportunist and the team war cry that we are looking to tweak, and maybe change the opportunities totally to something new, or just integrate it better with the upcoming task system that we are upgrading also. So what do you guys plan for the rest of the year? What are you aiming for to get into the game? So as I mentioned, we want to cover obviously the project focus polish, to make sure we have those nasty bugs under control. We have a good overall polish, and players can enjoy the game without running into any of those very bad ones. So that's been the main focus right now, and we will still be in that phase for a little while, but more over time, more of the developers will also go into some of the important features that we're planning to do to have ready for the Epic Game release as well. So the big ones you are pretty aware of, you know, moving on to Unreal Engine 5, polishing, as I said, and we have a new player experience parts that we're working on as well, the task systems, a few small features that also promotes the new player experience and connected them to other players in guilds, recruitment systems. And then of course the big ones that a lot of players are waiting for, the TC system and the siege systems. The TC system, again, I want to make it clear that that is a huge system that will be expanded on over years to come. So it's not just one patch and we say, here we go, that's TC and that's it. We're starting with a base pack for the players kind of to get started building their own city, setting up their main services and rules to have control over their cities. There are going to be defense parts with this, and then of course with the siege we have the offensive part as well, along with the specific mechanics how to siege this time around. That is a little bit different from the first game. So also a good pack. There's going to be quite a few machines for the offense and defense in the siege pack, and like I said, a good start pack to start building their cities. And then over time we're also very interested to hear what kind of services or functions or things that you may want to have in your cities as well, and we will look into see if we can make it happen or if it fits. We also have our own list of things that we want to add over time that could be a great addition to building cities. Great game, Henrik. Let's make human build great again. I mean, they're still very popular, the humans. They are very versatile and have some unique features of their own. And yeah, I mean, it's the little stat bonus that affects some of the clades. And of course, those two gifts that need a little attention to make them better and interesting. Can make the game run smoother. So that is one of the goals with Unreal Engine 5. Many of you guys know by now that there are several level streaming lines of the whole world. It's like seams to another location where you're loading the next packets of data and then offload the old one. When that happens, there's a quite severe way in Unreal Engine 4 how this is handled. So that's when your computer freezes or stutter real bad when you're traveling around the world. And that is the main cause of not having the game smooth when running around. So obviously that is one of the things that we are working on in Unreal Engine 5 to make that deload and load much better. And hopefully you wouldn't notice it at all or as severe as we do in the current engine. So that is a big thing for smoothness. Hey, Traxton. We need TC now. We do, but we want it right also, right? TC and sieging are two quite sensitive areas where we want to make sure the investment is solid for the players, it's worth it, it's fun, it's interesting, and give proper control in the right way and in a balanced way. So we had to put a lot of that on hold and pause when we were working on capacity issues and main issues and bugs of the game. So we had to pause a lot of the development resources, and we are now slowly getting back to that, partially with some of the developers, and then the closer we get, we're going to focus even more to finalize everything and fully test it. No, I haven't mentioned the roadmap. So as I mentioned, it's been a huge challenge to make the upcoming sprints finalized in terms of, I talked about this a little bit a few minutes ago, the different features and content affects very different or various parts of the development and the developers, which means we need to pick and choose a proper line for each sprint, so we know that there's no blockers for some of the developers, and to finalize some of the parts, these specific developers are required during a specific time. So it haven't been a smooth process to spend too much time on upcoming stuff when it comes to planning them when we need to get Unreal 5 in place and the bugs we're focusing on now, which is the polish phase. So I haven't had time to finalize the roadmap to present it officially due to developers have simply been too busy, and we haven't really finalized some of the parts. But my plan is still that I will be able to spend a little bit more time with the needed developers to try to finalize that and get that out as we're not adding the dates where you expect these specific patches to go, but you will be able to see this is the bunch of content and feature we aim in this patch, and the next one is this and that. So therefore you also see the order of things, what's next and what's coming after this one, and so on. So that's something I plan to have roughly finished as soon as I possibly can. I don't want to steal too much time from developers as well, because they are in again a little stressful phase now when we are we're taking the big commit for the new engine as well. So we need to make sure we have everything under control and don't put us in a bad situation when it comes to patching the game. So a little challenging still when it comes to setting that new engine, the new work structure in place and all that, but it's getting there for sure. So hopefully soon I will be able to post those roadmap blocks so you can see kind of what's going on in the next and next. And I'm falling behind again, guys. Sorry. Castro with the gift. Thank you. A buddy saw a few streams ago asked about enchanted weapons, and you confirm this will be an actual feature in their is there a time frame you could give? So there are two things that are coming over time. So one is enchantment and one is enhancement packs. The enchantment system is a profession like many others, where you can add magical effects and components to gear, which is the one that you describe here. And no, unfortunately, I can't say when, the time frame for this one. So as I mentioned, we have some very huge features after the project polish that also interlaps in this phase that are gonna require a lot of focus to get that right. And as soon as that is in place, we continue on a very long list of features where enchantment is one of those professions. Just to mention a few similar ones, we have assassination professions, trap making professions. They are a little bit all in a similar size and category, and obviously it's always a struggle to pick which one should we do next. We try every now and then also to reach out to the community. Which one is most players interested in seeing first, and what order? The question is not if we're getting this or that. The question is in what order we are focusing on these features. And obviously it makes sense for us to pick those features that are decided by most players at this point, because we want to fill the game with a lot of cool features for many different playstyles. So we try to cover that in that way. Barvik has sent fishing spots that are broken. Yeah, thank you. We will investigate if there's any broken fishing spots. We see bear armor before beast mastery. So the only thing that determines that is if we are to find additional animators. As soon as we have an animator that we know this works for us, they will be able to produce animation work for new mounts and also apply gear for pets, such as the bear armor. That's the only thing that, the big thing with those features. Right now, the few animators we do have need to spend that on very specific core things. And we also have soon siege weapons that also needs to be, there are also animation work attached to those systems. So we have an order again on prioritized order when it comes to where do we spend our animation manpower currently. And like I said, the next list, when this is done, then obviously our original or current animators will continue that down the road. But I hope that we will find additional animators that can go straight to mounts and pet gear, because our coders have built a very nice, robust system when it comes to pet gear and the mount system. So we can add tons of content reusing the same code system. But again, the bottleneck there is animation manpower. Everything needs to be rigged, skinned, and animated, and it takes quite a lot of time if it, we want to make sure it looks good enough and hold the similar level all through the game. So it could be, if we again get a new animator sooner, that means we will get to that part sooner. If we struggle finding those co-workers, it will take longer to go to that stage. So I hope that makes sense. Ganadorn, thank you for the donation. Thank you for helping humans. They have been dog shit for long. I really appreciate the change to reputation management. I haven't been able to kill anyone, so now I can kill nobody harder. All right. Can you have out of combat run speed increase for pets? Call on GM every 10 minutes to transport the pet is ultra annoying. Yeah, that's also not something that should be done, obviously. The GMs are not there to help moving your pet faster, so they shouldn't be doing that. Only if they bug out. So there's a few things to consider here. If we just boost the pet to follow extremely fast, that also heavily affect PvP. If you send in your pets and you know it's very close to death and you just call it out and it ninja speed out of combat, and the enemies can't compete with that speed because it's unnatural higher than the normal speed, then obviously we are breaking PvP balance. So it needs to be done in very specific cases when it comes to, yeah, we do see that we want to make pet traveling more efficient, but it needs to be done in a way where it can't be abused in PvP balance. So I hope that makes sense, right? So there are specific checks that need to be done. If you're riding and this and that in terms of combat, it may speed up to follow more conveniently. And when you're on foot or using it for combat, it is should be using the proper speeds. So there's a balance in terms of if player can avoid attacks, run away from it, or chase it down to try to finish it also. So those components are extremely sensitive to not forget when it comes to that question. No, I don't have any news from previews for Unreal 5, but hopefully soon I will have something more grand to show you guys in upcoming streams. So yeah, we're trying to it's always been a little bit stressful in the last minute when it comes to me jumping on the streams when there's so much work and focus in many different areas. You know, the game development is always prior number one, obviously, but I also want to make the streams convenient and interesting for you guys, make some updates and have good moments with the community. So I put together a few guys to also see we can kind of make an update a little bit when it comes to the streaming sessions. So we want to refine the streaming session moving forward a little bit also, where I even want to have some kind of schedule. So for instance, if we plan to do interesting in-game events, I want to make sure that all players interested get that information in ahead of time, so they don't feel that, wow, I missed that sucks, or I didn't hear about it, stuff like that. So so obviously a schedule with ahead of time planning a little bit should help also when it comes to that. And also obviously on some of those we also want to add, we know that we've been working a lot on the siege system, for instance. We know that after a few weeks of streams, we know that this is a good place where we can showcase a little bit of that. Same thing with TC and any of the upcoming content. And of course, a lot of cool stuff now when we do a lot of the huge transitions in Unreal 5. I also plan to show a lot more of that, including systems. For instance, showcasing the lumens in real time in the engine, showcasing the weather system, stuff like that is also planned for this upcoming stream schedule. So again, yeah, should also make it interesting for you guys to know a little bit what's up, what are we focused on some of the upcoming streams. New player about the game we go. It's clear to me that the community received no respect from you or from your GMs or from you. Focus on that. I am very keen on knowing if what is the issue there. Why am I not giving the player base the respect, or the GMs? Obviously, we have regular meetings regarding this to see what kind of issues or struggles or challenges do we have in the game, and what are obviously our players experiencing and all that. We are very keen on making the gaming experience as pleasant as possible and as little intervene as possible when it comes to issues next to the game experience. So I mean, we are very keen on obviously getting that information and being reached out. If anything, I always suggest also go to a website. There's a support section where you can send information. That is also different from the GM team. Those are support agents, and their focus are to help the players the best possible way, and also gather information for the team and developers to have that on a regular weekly basis, meetings to go through and see what can be done, what can be improved, or whatever that may be. I always obviously try to be extremely respectful to everyone. That hopefully also shows some respect back. It's, you know, usually goes two ways, right? But obviously I don't want to insult anyone, and if that's the case, then obviously that's something I'm not trying to do. I want to be clear on that. I mean, I fully understand this is a very unique game, right? And we are many of us are at least very passionate about this project. We all want it to be good, or we wouldn't have spent time in here, right? I think that makes sense. And it's also clear that so many minds and opinions where we really want the game to be as we want, right? It's also an impossible task when there are thousands of players with completely different views and opinions. And obviously our goal is to follow our red line, what we present and are selling and are communicating. It should be as close to that as possible, obviously. That should be the game we are making, and not, you know, take turns or moving backwards or such. And we try to do the best also when it comes to looking at the bigger picture. There are many different groups in our game, everything from excellent PvP players that want to do nothing but PvP. There are excellent RP players, crafters, traders, explorers. All these different groups are making the game exciting and interesting in many different ways. And it's also part of the sandbox RPG element. We want to promote all of that to make a thriving, exciting world. And we always try to look at the bigger picture. How can we deliver those functions as we describe them to all the playstyles? And there's no doubt that there are going to be players upset, players that don't agree with different things, everything from balance to features that some may like, some may not like. And it's the nature of this type of game. No one can make a perfect sandbox game that everyone says perfect. There it is. You know, we all hold hands and are happy. That's not realistic. And I think most of you guys understand that as well, coming from MMO games, right? And that's also a big thing. Most games, MMO games, are theme park games that are quite different from this type of game. There's so much more freedom in Mortal Online, which also promotes more possible conflicts and reactions and opinions. So it is very natural, and it would be strange if it wouldn't happen at all. And we are very prepared for that also. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. But I also think most of you guys know this picture already, being here, you know, or playing MMOs. Could new level streaming potentially fix the invisible weapon bug? No, they're not related. The invisible weapon bug is on a high prioritized order when it comes to trying to solve it now, as soon as possible, in any of our upcoming patches. We're spending time on that because we are so tired of that bug, and so are you, right? It's super annoying. I mean, sure, you can look at the hands on animation to see what's going on, but obviously very bad if the weapon is stuck on the back rather than in hand. So there's a few things we're trying to go on, the little information we do have. You guys have tried your best in reproducing that bug and send us information, what you may think, and we will appreciate that. But unfortunately, it haven't led to a breakthrough in terms of, so this is how it happens. Now we can fix it. And if that's not the case in a very huge complex system, such as our military system, we need to go through it in a certain way to secure it and make sure it doesn't happen. That's quite different from a bug fix. Obviously, we also are very keen on what is going wrong here. We want to make sure we have a proper solution and not just a band-aid thing, or it may happen other strange things. So that have been one of the oldest, very painful bug in our game since almost beta. And like I said, again, any information you may have, we appreciate getting that. But we also confirm that it seems like no one can reproduce it. It's not a bug that if you do this and that exact that order, it happens. Most of the bugs can be reproduced like that, and you guys have been awesome helping us with that, which means we can very quickly fix those bugs. But this one is very clear when players can't reproduce it within weeks, and we have a very solid player base that are, you know, really killing it when trying to do things like that, you know. And if that's not the case, it's a clear pattern for us that, okay, this is not just a bug that you can reproduce. It's actually something that goes wrong in a packet stage or something like that, that makes it simply happen randomly at different times, which again makes it very difficult. So we have waited to spend a lot of time on that in hopes of maybe we can find out how it's done, how we reproduce that bug, as we can in 99% of the bugs in our game so far. But now it's time for us to kind of set down the foot and work through it and have it solved. You know, we're forced to take that step. We remove spin to win. So this is also a high topic, right? And I know all of you guys, PvP melee fans out there, knows exactly what's going on here. And I think also many of you guys are aware of why are the melee system as it is. Again, it's very easy to kind of slip on the side and say, I mean, look at Mordhau, look at Age of Chivalry, Mount and Blade, because they're quite similar in some ways, right? But a big factor here is that it's very hard to compare them due to Mortal Line is a large-scale MMO game with hundreds of features, while Mordhau is a very small deathmatch game. The only purpose you do in that game is obviously go fight as a team or solo and kill the players and then rematch. That network system and whole gameplay and everything is completely different from Mortal Line. And it's easy to forget about that, and we kind of are flattered when we hear that it's, you know, almost like Mordhau or Mountain Blade, and it could be better if it's even tighter, just like Mordhau or Mountain Blade, you know. And that's the reason why it can't be as tight, and that is because we are comparing something very different that not in this era right now can be as close and tight and work in the same way. And one area that our main focus when it comes to making a fun, exciting melee combat that is different from all our MMOs, that is, we want to make the combat feel awesome, skillful, many tactics and many different options, and depth and teamwork is also a key. And that is obviously real world combat fights. You know, duel is something that everyone is doing. You know, it's fun to practice that, and everyone does it. And but it's completely different from a real scenario fight or group fight where the game shines, or where we try to make it as good as possible and balanced and fun and interesting. So if we are to completely restrict your movement entirely, you can't do it anymore, because as soon as you learn how to parry and attack and you're locked in that state, pretty much you can't spin, you can't move around. The duel will just be hit, parry, counter parry, counter parry, counter parry in infinite till you ruin your weapon and then lose. And that doesn't give us high skill ceiling to make a duel actually work. And that's a huge challenge. You know, obviously there could be completely new mechanics that could change this. And we also know that maybe the more special ability moves we add, the more this could change. So, you know, maybe eventually when we have enough of special moves, options for the players to use all the time, maybe that is the time where the spinning is not necessary anymore, or not even effective. You know, if you're in a big fight, you're not spinning around, because then you are lost. You know, that doesn't happen in a group fight when there's a war going on. So I think most of you guys have noticed that that's where it shines and works, and we are most keen on making it work there, right? But yeah, for sure, we have seen the spins since days one, and we also try to limit them hard where it became, okay, now you can't win a duel because it's too limited. You can't try to hide your attacks. You can't try to make it difficult for the opponents to read or see what's going on. So the duel doesn't work anymore. And I think most players enjoyed being able to finish the duel rather than just hitting back and forth until your weapon break and then stop doing it. And I also noticed that most players that understand this and reach that, conclusion, also being part of that during the combat beta, knows that, okay, yeah, it's not perfect. It's not the most brilliant fighting system when it comes to dueling. I think most of us can agree on that. But I think it's also one of the best position we are in right now until we have those additional options that may be able to change the spinning part. Problem is ping. No, not really, because if you're all in the same room and try the combat system and we remove so you can't spin anymore, you can't still win the fight because it's too easy. And the thing is, we can't just speed up the combat to be a Quake game, because again, it's a MMORPG. It's a large scale network solution, so it can't be that fast that you would in a multiplayer game. So we can't get to that point, and we tried for several years and trying to snap it up. We had tried to push it as far as we can, and it's extremely hard. And when you experience that at first time, you see the picture as well. I know many of you guys know exactly what I'm talking about here as well. So yeah, it's a challenge for sure. But like I said, there's no doubt that there is room for improvements in terms of feedback, animation, stuff like that can also help improving the feeling overall. I fully agree with that. Again, we are planning to up a few of the animation stuff we have in the game in several areas as soon as we can. So that's for sure something that can improve a little bit. And I also have hopes that along with more options, special moves that allows you to penetrate through parries, disrupt parries, cleave attacks, many different abilities over time for the different melee weapon groups should also give opportunities to, it may not be worth spinning right now because I can perform these moves instead that the players have to adapt to in a different way. And of course, every year that passes, we also have hopes that the internet latency becomes better and better overall. And we also have high hopes that Starlink will be one way to get closer to a more stable latency that allows us to make better calculations and prediction systems, bring the optimization to rely a little bit different, more on a baseline rather than everything from Australia to UK, that variation. But yeah, it's a big box, and I know it's also one of those that many of us are very passionate about. But you understand the key point when it comes to why don't you just stop spinning? Let's stop dueling then, right? It's almost the same thing. So for now, we are in that position, but that doesn't mean it won't change down the road. Yeah, we are aware of the large shoulders, especially on the large guys, and using bows etc. where you block the view. And this is also never-ending route. It's a very complex system. When we built the character system with the height system, the body type system, the muscle definitions, and all the dynamics of the crafting and armor pieces. That is, when you ask a MMO developer in the world, one of the biggest challenges is those systems, because that also defines the baseline for how is the character progression or character visibilities and tools. And we want everything to be exact. We don't want to do the World of Warcraft, Diablo, where the shoulder pass, it's 10 different icons, but they look exactly the same on your actual character. We'll never go that route. Whatever you see is exactly what you carry and wear, so you can always identify what's going on. But we actually are playing around with maybe a good solution, and that is being able to add a transparency that goes up on the tip, so you will be able to see through your shoulder pads where it's at the worst, because we need to go through so much hell to make this work, and it's so easy to mess it up, to make it look very bad or awkward, and we have to just struggle with it for so long time, and we're not even sure if it's gonna look good. So we are now actually experimenting if we could make a nice transition gradient where you're not blinded by your shoulders, because we fully agree that some of those cool shoulder blades are just blocking your view, and that's not a good experience. So we're trying that right now to see, does it fit, does it work, does it solve the main issue, and then maybe that's a good solution moving forward. Can you explain what's going on, the change with spiritism, ghost scouting? Yeah, again, so we had a growing concern from the player base over the month when it comes to the made of ghost scouting, and how that also eliminates surprise attacks. Go there and plan to go there as a team, and you don't really know exactly what's going on. It's a very sensitive thing, and we heard the majority of feedback we got the latest month is that this is not enjoyable, and it does remove a lot of the game experience that we would prefer to experience. So we're all looking into some possible tweaks. Obviously, at the same time, we don't want to completely remove anything useful or interesting for the spiritists, right? So we're looking into a few ways of limiting the ghost scouting, and also we're also looking to make the targeting more secured. We know that if you're just moving around, it's very hard to track someone, target someone, and banish them and attack them. So it's extremely thin, the hitbox for that. So we are tweaking that, so that's not, ridiculous difficult. And we're looking at the options into limiting that a ghost can't see the living. They can only see some entities that are also a little bit described in the lore, and those entities are not humans, players. So that may give room for spirits to still try to see some entities in the other world, but not player groups and pets to see everything going on the other side. We've seen also after these reports that players are logging out in and avoiding, based solely on the ghost scouting in a sad way. And obviously we want the challenge of clashing with a group or trying to ambush someone should be meaningful and exciting. So yeah, we are looking into that, tweaking those rules in terms of what you can see as a dead, and I think that we're moving towards that direction, because it looks to be a clear case both within the player base and also what we are seeing as, instead of having that interesting fight or collision, it was, logging out or avoided it at all due to what you see as a ghost. So yeah, but like I said, we're trying to also see where we still can give some intel information for the spiritists at the risk, where also maybe the living spiritists are able to try to detect them and banish them from that area, some options there we're playing around with that kind of makes sense and still give the spiritists some interesting part here. So yeah, and then obviously also down the road we are also planning to add more entities in the other world for the spiritists to explore and hunt in different ways. So yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Add a protective spell that your group is invisible for spirits. So you mean you would be casting kind of like magic reflect on all your players, and as soon as you have that reflection on, other spiritist can't see them. That is one interesting component for sure. I'm actually adding that one to our conversation. This is why I love having conversation with you guys here at First Hand as well, because every now and then, you know, some of you genius pops out different cool suggestions that we may want to analyze further. Remove spirits seeing alive people, but add alive people shooting Jedi lightning. What? Just remove ghost scouting. It's stupid and removes organic PP and encourage surging. Yeah, that is the main feedback we're getting for sure. So that's why we're looking at it to see what can we do to limit that part, and still try maybe to add something interesting, useful for the spiritists. That guy just designed a future spiriting spell just like that. Cheers. Yeah, like I said, you know, I know that many of you guys, you know, most of you guys are MMO players, right? I've been playing Modline for a lot. So obviously I enjoy discussing with you to see also different opinions, point of views and all that. And you never know. If something fits, it fits, right? And just allow us to hunt spirits from the living with our Jedi lightning. Yeah, that's also one of the points we have. If the living should be able to ban them, but the thing is still, right, if you are playing with your group and then you always have to check if there's any ghost scout coming in, and if it came in, it's already too late, right? So only that, I'm not sure if that kind of fixes the core issue that the majority are experiencing, right? Like with the bits. Maybe we need a little bit of free build. What I mean with that free build. Oh. Need a little drink here. Make pole souls great again. In all honesty, I do appreciate the polish fixes. I think that is the best step rather than adding more issues. Keep at it, Henrik. Villain Scar, thank you. Our previous patch, we buffed the pole source. We are now analyzing if that was enough, if we get more use of them or not. We want to make it carefully and not just overdo it, so we get back to pull source or line that we had in the first game, right? Have you all thought about making mining and woodcutting more interactive? It would be nice if actual mining was faster than AFK mining, for example. Yeah, it's something that we discussed over the years, including in the first implementation in the first game, where we have thought about how can we make it more interesting and interactive. When you're doing it correctly, you get a little bit more rewarded. If you're just doing like AFK, you're not rewarded. It fits our design and desire when it comes to this. And also an exciting thing, I think, is that one of my guys said that now we're moving over to Unreal Engine 5. Do you still want those trees falling down when you lumberjack? And I said, of course I want. We do want that, all of us. So there are some possible options also opening up along with the Unreal Engine 5. So I want to get the full opinion from the specific developers when it comes to that, to see what is required, is it doable, and also obviously we need to consider how does that affect the world, you know, the trees, how the regrowth of them and all that, right? Add more dense woods. We have the most dense woods in any MMO. Have you been at the jungle? It's dense. I mean, we have different biomes, right? Where there are different settings, from the open vast steppe to the dense jungle area. So it's up to you where you wanna play around. More fish when? I'm not sure if we are planning to add more. I don't know if there's a few ones missing or not. I have to look into that. But we do plan, at least that I know, to add a lot more fishes is with upcoming continents. But I'm unsure if we are missing anyone now, or if we plan to add something down the road, or if it goes with the next area. Okay, sitting on implementing an effect on weight of the armor and stamina running. There is a break line where your stamina start get affected, and then eventually speed. But yeah, since everything is, you know, so sensitive to speed, no one goes within the penalty. And if that happens, we are running around with leather. So that's a tough one. If you ask a lot of the players, you will see the different opinions on that one. So again, we're quite careful now in fiddling with that baseline at this point. Hello, Henrik, do you plan to add more dense woods to make an ambush? Guy Mouvla Garde Blanche. As I said 1 minute ago or so, we don't plan to add more dense woods. We do have plenty of dense wood variation, from the jungle to colorful forest, or some of the other forests that are realistically dense, very based on our forest actually. And we went hard on that, so not really. We don't plan to change it. We're getting Beastmaster next patch? No, not the batch patch. Next patch. Giveaway when? Shall we do it, guys? We can start it. Let me start the stuff. All right, we can run the giveaway. We can start it at least. So explanation mark MO2 to participate. Wait, is it not working? Wait, guys, it's not working. Wait, reconnect. Let me try. One moment, guys. Okay, now it's working. If you wrote it a minute ago, write it again to participate. We then have armor can run in circles around everyone is not a problem. So everyone can run max speed as long as they're not touching the speed threshold, which no one want to do because they know speed is important. Same goes for VLS, and their main strength is that additional speed bonus. And you know, it's been in a very solid spot since combat beta, the last iteration on that balance. The initial feedback from the majority was the speed bonus wasn't enough. You know, players haven't really experienced it too long when it comes to avoiding avoiding the melee range from any other. It takes a moment before you can expand that gap until you are not getting hit, and if you mess that up, enough hits in the back maybe game over for you. But over time, more and more players have learned where those lines are, how to avoid the death blow. So it went from absolute majority thought it was too small speed bonus. We didn't increase it because we know speed is king. It's very sensitive. So we let it be for a good while, and then slowly that feedback kind of died out, and more people thought, it's in a good state. We are happy, and we saw all the different camps from Ogmir fan camps to Vilas to humans to Thurstars, and we were very happy with the variation we saw from the different players going through them all, and we had a very good mix. We're gonna take a new sample to see the latest data now shortly, just to see again how that slowly may change over time also. And yeah, again, we receive feedback when it comes to this, and we haven't had any major standing out that it's OP or bad balance in terms of, again, the main decisions for the clades. So again, we're very careful about fiddling with something that seems to be in a pretty good spot. We don't want to create chaos during the project polish. I mean, if you steal something and players can't fight for it, and you can put it in your horse or something, there are some cases where obviously we want to make sure that it's fair game for trying to get back what was yours. Now we don't have the thievery skill in yet, but we still have the stealing someone else's belonging, which also marks the items as stolen or illegal to obtain. Yeah, so no, pets can't cross water yet. That's one of those AI polish focus we're gonna do. They follow through the world quite well as long as you don't obviously jump off from a rock where there's no mesh connected or water. The jump off a rock will not magically be solved with our new improved pathing. That's still something that you need to consider, that pets can't jump like that. But there are some areas that we were gonna work on and improve for sure. Hey Henrik, what about active skill called balance? How is, in your opinion, knockdowns and knockback gonna work? Thank you. Yeah, Onion. So we are missing one important function that is also touching the special PvP balance. Very important balance for all mounteds. So we're trying to put that up higher on the list in our upcoming patches. So you will be able to, so you can dismount players now, as you know, but they sell up very quickly again, so it's not really a huge issue. With the knockdown function, we need to make a new animation where you fall down on the ground, not on your feet. And you have to stand up again on your feet, and then again you can saddle up on the mount again or run. So that means there are a brief moment where you're very weak or vulnerable for attacks, where you can't really defend yourself. So that's obviously a very dangerous situation for any mounted style. And this is an important balance factor for all mounteds. So, and yes, there are skills involved that also affect this. So there will be a baseline that if you fall off a mount on ground, it takes X amount of seconds until you are standing again and have full control of your character. Based on your armor, weight, and the skills, that will be affected. Either, you know, take longer time or be faster. So we're trying to add a little depth that makes sense there as well. So that's kind of in short how it's going to work. So you will be able to run up to someone, make an earthquake so they fall off their mount, or bash them with a heavy weapon or stuff like that, and they will fall down flat on their back or stomach. Depending on their skills and armor, they are getting back on their feet in a period of time. Hope that makes sense. Does ever make horses jump? Yes, we do want to be able to jump again with horses. It will also be convenient to jump over small obstacles. We had it in the first game, but we're struggling with animation. I know it's annoying to hear it by now, but it's a lot of animation work also. But yes, we want jumping back because also we have the Lycator's future mounts that are extremely good at jumping as well. And we have the Mulva beasts that are not good at jumping. So for them to shine in the different ways also, we want to have that function. Just limit the render distance effective vision of transcendental awareness to 20 meters, Henrik. That solves the problems. Does it though? If you're standing in the room, 20 meters is enough to see them, right? And you are ghost scouting as today. So I'm not sure if that's gonna make a huge difference. Would elementalism be good for a human hybrid or require more than 100 points to enter? I'm not exactly sure right now when it comes to the skills requirements here, but elementalism will be a whole new unique magic school that have its own rules. The one big difference here is that it creates real projectiles on the server, so you can send out a projectile that everyone can see and dodge or jump into, and it will have the reaction that you would anticipate. There are also some utility spells where you can block things and push things and add light sources. So it's a pretty impactful magic school, and I guess a human hybrid can tap into some of those spells in a good way, for sure. Remove the 10-second logouts from red towns. You mean having the full logout timer in red towns. G4 Sora, thank you for the prime. We're gonna see change with speed and armor weight. So I did have a conversation, a discussion about that and some of my explanation and view on it, and also based on the community feedback. So I did elaborate a little bit on that just a few minutes ago. I'm sorry, but I don't want to try to repeat too much because people get tired in here hearing me say the same response all the time. But you will be able to see it on our. We're saving these streams always and post them, and if there's, we try to highlight those questions as well that are more common, so everyone can catch them afterwards as well whenever you want to. Dismount soon, you mean knockdown, I guess. Knockdown, yeah, as soon as we can in terms of animation. That is the big thing. But it is an important balance, so we're trying to get it up there early on. Channel, where the hell did it go? Will be changing rituals that if you use Terrorbirds as booster will give more movement speed to creatures. So there's a few things that we are gonna add, yes, where you can obtain different stats and special attacks in some ways. We are working with that also along with the Beast Mastery feature that we're gonna deliver on upcoming roadmap as well. Then I think a full cloth armor or garments needs some buff. Should be nice if you can cast while moving, no sprinting wearing light clothes. Considering there will be some use for clothing, especially also with enchantment, where that there may be effectiveness that are more effective on clothes rather than hard materials. So there will be more options for sure, other than just, you know, quite poor defense values. Show the new creature, please. Is it time to show it? Maybe it is. Let me find it. G4 Sora, thank you for the prime. Or am I behind? Let me see. Let me scroll down. All right. 1 second. Let me see if I can find the picture that I wanted to show with you guys today. I think our artists are awesome as always, and sometimes I can also feel that their skills is slowly going up, which can show at some time as well. This looks almost like a painting, I think. Wait, let me find it. Where the hell do I have this picture again? Where the hell is it? Didn't I? One moment, guys. Ah, here it is. I guess you can guess which one this is quite quickly. Again, it's a remake from the first game, trying to make it next gen, look awesome. And here it is, guys. There we go. What is it, guys? Can you guess? Rabbit? Bull horse? No. Lynx. Very close. Lynx, indeed. It's the fluffy lynx. Doesn't it almost look like a painting a little bit? It has a very smooth fur. All content. I think last stream I showed it without the fur and any details. So it's pretty interesting. Let me see if I can find it, because there's so real anatomy work being done to all creatures, from building the anatomy, the muscles, you know, the body, and then we add a fur on top. Yeah, let me show you what I'm talking about. It's pretty interesting. The transition. Look. So this is when the 3D artists are sculpting the cat with muscle definition and everything, making it look very realistic and based on real life anatomy as much as it's possible, obviously. And then bam, they work on adding fur. So you can see there's so much detail going on here, and you know, a lot of it looks like it's being fully covered by the fur, so you don't see it. But if you look at the close up in different angles, you will actually see muscle definition pushing out where it's supposed to be. That just makes it look more realistic when you see it in motion. Now it looks a little flat when you don't have or standing there and get a light hitting it from the angles. And that's where this definition hits. You can see the tenders, the muscle definition, that pops when a light hits. But if you don't just do this smooth and add fur, you won't see any contrast or anything popping when the sun hits. So it really shines when you see it in game, especially in Unreal Engine 5. It's gonna look insanely realistic. So you need that core for that model to really shine when it gets into the game. So you already have a Sphinx cat model. This is our Lynx. This is the same model, just a little different angle and with the fur on. This is our old Lynx from the first game, but it have gotten a light year overhaul. Yeah, I couldn't find. I thought I had a picture of the old Lynx from the first game that looks quite crappy compared to this upgrade. Remove the fur and it's a Sphinx. That's true. That's true. What is this? Where is TC? Why are you playing Hello Kitty when you need to work on TC? Good question, my friend. Good question. Why is this pet instead of a cockroach bird? They have different types of fur. You will be able to hunt them and put them on a trophy. Different stats and abilities. So along with Beast Mastery, we will try to cover as many special moves as possible that are, you know, as a new unique as we can for each species and family. So while these may have another types of bonus attack that, for instance, the Cobra doesn't have, so we try to make them interesting in some different way and promote promote the beast mastery unique utilities for all the species. And that's also a brilliant way to make that difference, exactly what you asked, because we don't just want to add a whole army of different type of cats and it's just a new skin with a little bit more hit points or damage. We do want to make them interesting that, okay, so maybe wolves, you can, with the right skills, you can collect a wolf with a wolf pack leader. And when you're on control of those as a beastmaster, you may be able to do a special attack for that group. If you have a Kogar, you may be able to command it to make a special strike that makes a bleed. The Lynx may be able to lock on a limb. There's a lot of cool stuff that we can play around with that the smaller, weaker animal can do, but they can still make something interesting due to that command, even though they may die faster than a Kogar, just as an example. Yes, these have been on the work for quite a while in different aspects. So a few areas we are reusing from the first game, but we want to refine quite a lot and change some of the rules. So it's the new rules, how to obtain land control, etc., that we want to refine and go through as good as possible this time and improve it from the first game. So we have a lot laying around waiting until we can hit those parts. TC next week, Henrik said. No, Tickety, no tricks here, no tricks here. TC is a huge, huge system, including siege system, that we are going back to in more full scale in terms of developers when we have reached a few of the bug polish focus patches that we are working on right now. But there's already, we are trying to refine the design and rules on a few things still. I'm working with Mats on this as well. So everything is ready for whenever the coders go back to finalizing those systems. And it would be super helpful for tamers to have pet health bars with debuff icons. So you mean if they are debuffed or even buffed as icons under them as well? Yeah, that I can see that is a useful thing for sure. I'm gonna look into that. Do you plan on deploying TC incrementally or a big bang? Yeah, I commented on that earlier in the stream as well, incrementally. TC will have, most likely, will have content for many years to come. So obviously we don't want to wait for an insane amount of time just to try to cover as much as possible, because I don't even see the ending of what can be added to TC. And that's also the beauty of it. Players may have awesome ideas or services that we may want to add, buildings that we may want to add, and we have a list that we want to add over time, and that list is uncertain. It can continue to expand over time, and that's something naturally we want to do as well, because we want to give as much sand and tools as possible for the players to do awesome cities and services. So we are starting with a big pack of the core required to start building your city, governing it, as basic important services, NPCs, and be able to obtain control and set rules for your city. when we see an update Nave world map. What do you mean, low Hodo updated Nave world map? Many funny questions sometime. I am running the giveaway, so if you just tune in, exclamation mark MO2, and I'm gonna hit it in a moment. Yeah, domination will get a fix as soon as we possibly can. There's been a compile error for since we added it, and we spent a few developers on trying to solve that, but it's one of those things that it works on the dev client, it stopped working on the live game client, and it's just out of this world stupid and annoying. We hope to have that fixed now with Unreal Engine 5. We're going through it. The Tinram series get additions in the future. We don't plan to really expand on the Tinram series. They're meant to be, a nice, not too challenging for new players to start their first dungeon experience, but we wanna, give them a taste for what can be found in the world in different ways. We're expanding a little bit on these for other starting cities, so new players get a good experience from that. And then we are planning to add more out in the world with very different challenges and difficulty levels and creatures. Ooh. Please make it possible to play the icon all white beard wizard with staff. Right now, not using a melee weapon or wearing range armor at least isn't viable. Gino, so with staff magic, that's exactly what you're getting pretty much. You, as a staff mage, you must use a staff of any type that you will also draw your powers from. So I guess that is close to Gandalf style, I would say. And yeah, we're adding more clothes and robes and such that gives you more options look like that. And also along with more spells and some magic schools, you will also be able to tap into different types of protections and powers using different things rather than just heavy armor. Any thoughts about creating crops and farms animals like in Arch Unchained? We do have a farm system that we're going to implement along with TC, but not in the initial packs, if I'm not mistaken, where you'll be able to grow your own crops. And so there are seeds to be discovered in the world, and different things that you pick can also, sometimes when you extract them, give you seeds. And obviously those are used in the farms to grow your own stuff. We had this in the first game as well. We want to refine it this time again, make it even more interesting, where you do more interesting interaction with your farm rather than just giving it to your hired NPC. So we're looking into that to expand it. And yes, we also had breeding with animals. So as long as you find within the same species that can breed a male and a female, you can let them breed, and you will be able to kind of refine some of the stats and skills attributes on these creatures to refine them and sell them, or just try to mass produce an order for a guild that are going out in war that needs a specific type of creature or mount. No, I haven't done a giveaway yet. I will do it in just a few seconds then. So explanation mark MO2 if you just tune in, and then I'm gonna roll it. Would be cool if I could draw on my map. I agree. So we have cartography coming in also later, where we have a very cool design of how you will be able to produce maps. And I agree that it could also be convenient if you can kind of scribble on maps just as on notes for your own needs. Okay, I need to scroll down again. Haven is down at the moment. Is Haven down now? All Havens? Shouldn't be. Looks like something happened to the Havens indeed. Yeah, something like fish with the Havens. Jesus. Got those long flies, long-legged flies. They may have been restarting. Is it saying starting soon? If someone is trying to log in on Haven. Roll the rig giveaway. Why is it rigged every time? Largest fly in Sweden. The long-legged fly. The Haven I am in seems to be... What did it say? Cool. Garlef, so you are in a Haven. I can't say if it's one or more Haven that are rebooted or something. I'm not sure. My Haven's fine. Okay, yeah, so it may be one of them. I'm not sure. Yeah, I showed this little creature that are finalized. It's our Lynx from the first game. So we pretty much covered all the creatures now. Yeah, domination is on the list, so your buddy should hopefully be able to play soon again then. Wasn't that Lynx made by Alessandro a year ago? Alessandro? A year ago? I'm not sure now what so I mean this one, where is it? This one been finished for a while, but then we finalized it with the fur finally. Yeah, I think it's nice. It looks really nice. Damn flies. Okay, I think it's enough with those silly questions, right? You know, it's fun first time, but not anymore. I don't when I have the mods having to moderate. We can avoid that. This is a cat-like type. I make an example button snipers. So obviously, this have been a little of a discussion before, right? So we need to obviously also decide where do we spend manpower, where can we spend manpower. We're investigating with Twitch and some other games in the industry that we have connection with to see what is best practice to try to make the game as fair as possible in those areas where we are a little bit on new grounds. So we're getting information. We don't like stream sniping. We don't support it. We want to obviously remove it if it's possible. And we are looking into that. So depending on what the staff, the team, the guys that are working on this, what they come up with, we may have a enforced structure when it comes to that. I'm doing a giveaway, Ducky, in 10 seconds. Explanation mark MO2, and then I'm running it in 10 seconds. Streamers just have to play on delay. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Streamers won't stream then. I mean, it's not the interaction with the community or the players or the viewers, which is kind of one of the big thing, right? Make plays more than I can, add interesting items. We're adding everything from hidden things that you haven't found yet, obviously, to obviously animals, bandits, whatever it may be, to startings of discoveries. And we're adding tons of them. So yes, they are meant to be those that seems to be nothing really, but it could be something, to those that are very apparent that they are something. By purpose. Yeah, delay sucks because you can't interact with chat. Exactly, it's not really the same thing. It's one of the big part of it. And chance to answer my question, you have it now. And don't want to waste time and points if some tamer pets can't actually hit move target. No, taming pets, there are different pets that are good or efficient in PvP, while some are not as good. But yes, there are for sure some pets that are strong in PvP and can run faster than players. For instance, we had the Terror Bird is a popular, strong, very fast pet that will for sure catch up to any player and hit them. The big thing missing for tamers now is Beastmaster, that will tap into special commands that, so the pet rely more on your player skills if you play them correctly they will be more efficient. If you play them badly, they will be not effective. Stream sniping is also against Twitch community guidelines. Yeah, I heard that's also something they are against. Obviously, it's the procedure. How is the procedure set up and enforced? And that's something we are evaluating. I mean, obviously, we want to make. We're happy to see that there are many streamers more coming aboard, trying the game, showing, making awareness. That's very effective marketing for the game, and it's good for all of us that are the slightest interested in this game, because the more players, the better, the more fun it is, right? So obviously, we all want to do our best in trying to promote that. And of course, if there's a small group of players that just want to, troll that or abuse those kind of mechanics, obviously we want to look into that to see what can be done and how, if so. Yeah. Pet owners are missing a few things, or at least there are a lot of content planned for, like pet gear also, that will also give them specific room for kind of like when you're creating your gear for your character, you will be able to kind of modify that also for some of your pets more over time. But we'll see shipwrecks, sharks, and other aquatic poison vitreous in the future on a water cave situation. Yes, very much so. In fact, we have one of our entire continents are sunken underwater. So as you can imagine, there's going to be a whole world down there when we reach that point. And things are looking promising so far. When it comes to moving on to Unreal Engine 5, we have a new type of working set, how we are creating the continents, which also speed things up quite a bit. It's the first transition now we're going through that is, a little bit trial and error in a few areas. All right, it's time to roll the giveaway, guys. Rob, Bruce Lee Rob, I'm here until there are boats. Then I'm sailing into the abyss. Bruce Lee Rob, that sounds awesome, man. I'm gonna be a pirate too. I'm gonna be on a boat. I'm on a boat, eh? It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, my 10 seconds. All right, it's time, guys. I always get stuck reading your questions. All right, here goes. Let me start it. It's time. It is time. Okay. Good luck, everyone. Here goes. It is time. Just imagine all the sailing orders you will have to get. It's player skills when you're reading how to sail. Obviously, there will be some skills involved in some of the very important balance factors also. And here we go. The winner is... Congratulations, Fear My Pain. You won yourself a copy. Congratulations, Fear My Pain. You see how Kraken will buzz with boat release. There will be a Titan. That's all I can say. There will be a few Titans. I reached out to Richard Garriott. No, I have not. He have been into different types of games lately, I've seen. I've always been a fan since Ultima Online, obviously, but then seems like he have taken other directions in other types of games that haven't been as exciting for me personally. But he's currently working on another MMO. Another one, eh? Yeah, I heard he's been working on quite a few over the years. But very different. It doesn't seem like he's really going back to what I think made UO excellent in its time. So now it's time for Mortal 9, guys. It's time for Mortal 9 to claim the throne. This is an exciting year, and then things may become very exciting. All right. Got some keys here every now and then. Yeah, it's amazing when you hate the game so much that you have to play 2,000 hours into it. It's crazy. Crazy. Maybe in 2 years from now, maybe 2 years, I'm patient. I've been here 16 years learning a load of stuff. It's been a long journey. So what is 2 years? Nothing for me personally. So yeah, hopefully we will start being close to the throne then within the 1 year. And yeah, it's going to be exciting to see where we are in 2 years. We have a lot of cool features, as you know. It takes time to add all of those huge systems. It's like many games in one game. We have the fishing. It's like a fishing game in its own. We have a melee slashing fighting combat system is, like Mordhau online. We have the crafting system that are out of this world. There's so many components. It's easy to forget that there's a lot more going on under the surface for many different players. And then we have a lot in the future. Like I said, the boat ship system is going to be awesome. The near big ones are TC and sieging. By the way, I almost forgot to give out the key. Fear my pain, are you here? There you are. Have to give it out as well. Hey, one moment. I'm gonna give it a code. Congratulations, Fear My Pain. Are you a veteran or a super veteran or rather new to Mortal? Always curious to know, Fear My Pain. What say you? Only got a few days ago into Mortal 2, but I already fell in love with it. Much love. Vladdy99, awesome to hear that. It's been a flood, almost a constant flood since the Necro release, when we really tried to step up the game, polishing the game, and also deliver really solid fun content. And since then we've been on a growing progression, and it's awesome to see that you guys also experience that progression that we're delivering. Obviously we want to make sure that the game speaks for itself. That's what's important for us in the long run and in every single patch. It doesn't matter what I say in here. What's mattered to you guys is obviously when you get the patches, right? Look like the Giga Shad. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, my beard is getting a little fluffy now. It's grown. It's grown. Noob veteran. All right. All right. All right. Fear my pain. Awesome to hear. My neck is stiff. Screenshot his eyes. Get the codes. No. No. Is any Unreal 5 sneak peek Ada? So as mentioned a little bit earlier, I'm working on trying to plan ahead some of our upcoming streaming sessions. Everything from events, in-game sessions, to what we want to go through and showcase live. One of them, or quite a few of them, is Unreal Engine 5, when I'm going through different things like the weather system, just walking around in the world and showing stuff in Unreal 5. So I'm trying to get some time to try to get that in place, because we also want to share that so players everyone can ahead of time see, okay, so this week it's something boring for me, whatever. Next week this is something I'm excited about, I want to know about that, I don't want to miss it, or it's a cool in-game event or meeting that I want to participate in, so I want to plan for that. So we want to try to offer that opportunity by planning ahead a little bit there. Sherman95, I'm a new player. Awesome to hear. Welcome to Mortal Online. It's I think most people agree that the first, there's a challenge first at getting into Mortal Online. Getting used to the combat system, it may feel a little clunky and slow at first, but the more you master it, get into it, you start to feel, like you're in a good control and makes more sense and smooth. And you also adapt and learn to when it comes to the latency difference that a MMO have to offer compared to a multiplayer game like Mordhau Chivalry, which is a very common comparison. And we can never say it enough. It's a wrong comparison. This is a large-scale MMO game with hundreds of players on the screen, and you can do hundreds of features, not only fighting. But as soon as you get past that surface and learn, a lot of players are starting hesitated when it comes to what they feel for the combat system, especially in the beginning. But the more days they spend into it, they kind of start getting used to it and enjoy especially the melee system more and more. So that's an interesting progression, where it's a little bit struggling initially, and then it gets better and better. And also everything, in the game world is quite complex. There's a lot of things to discover and learn. But that's also beauty of it. When you start scratching beyond the surface, there are a lot of cool rewards that are unique for any MMO game out there. And just the player interaction is awesome. I can't get enough of that. It's brilliant. I love it also. I like to watch when you guys stream in the game, and also to get that kind of play interaction experience at first hand. It's awesome. And I also plan to spend a little bit more time in game whenever I can to get that experience as well. It's also very valuable, obviously, for the different parts we are working on as well. There will be rewards for bounties eventually on the upcoming roadmap as well. Temujin and Henrik, can you please tell us a funny memory from your childhood? Oof, I don't know what kind of memory that would be. Oh. It's a tough one. I don't know where I would go for what kind of memory. För helvete! Ganef the Cursed? What? We don't have an exact time frame for when Unreal Engine 5 will be patched live. We are working on it and been working on for quite a while. It is a huge art task because we want to make sure that when you run around in the world, there's a big benefit for us when it comes to level streaming. There is a freeze and stutter every now and then when you move over the world. You will experience that and learn where those lines are. And that is obviously not a smooth traveling experience. So that is something we are rebuilding partially with Unreal Engine 5 because it can handle that much better. So that means hopefully a perfect smooth transition all over the world. That takes some time for our team. We obviously need to rework the entire lighting system in the world to make use of lumens so it looks amazing. So those are some quite large parts that we're working on. And also the entire weather system is being replaced in Unreal Engine 5 and it's going to look awesome. So I plan to show you that on upcoming streams so you can see, okay, things are getting in place. Eventually, last step is everything is done. The whole world have all these components finished. That's when we push it live to you guys. And the closer we get, the better rough estimates we're gonna know. In this month or this next patch is when Unreal 5 goes live. But we will refrain from setting the exact dates because it can happen anytime that something happens in this type of complex development that, okay, this part broke when we fixed this, or this one affected this in a way we didn't foresee, so we need another day, or whatever it may be. And obviously, if that happens close to a release date, we just make people upset by having a delay. So you will see that next patch, or one of those brackets, that's where Unreal 5 will go live. And the date, yeah, we don't mention the date, but you will have a rough estimate. It's the next one, or the next one. FlexX, I just hear the opposite of your comments when it comes to Tower Shield being awesome, and they approved. So again, it's one of those things that it's without a doubt that whatever feature and content we add to the game, there will always be people that I don't like it, or I think this was bad, or whatever. And there will obviously be those that this is cool, I like it, I love it. Everything from balance to content to dungeons to features to skills, and it's unavoidable. What you guys can point out very well and efficiently is, okay, if everyone hates this, I think this is very bad or game breaking, that is a clear indication for us that, okay, we need to work on this. We need to look into what went wrong, or what can we do to make this better or improved and more fun or enjoyable. So far, we heard mostly positive. They like the shields, they look awesome. There's some cool tactics around with them. And it's early on experimenting with finding interesting use for them and finding the good build for your character that people are playing around with. So I think it's quite too early to have the broad view on where we stand exactly on the shields. Everyone's asking about the game. I want to know about Henrik. Temujin, feel free to ask something specific. It's easier for me to answer that rather than trying to find an old memory. That's the thing, it's like my whole world is surrounded in Mortal Online. Even when I'm not working, it made such a big impact of my life and personal life that, and obviously it's very difficult to tap out from that entirely. I never can. I guess it's both pros and cons for being so close and involved in a project like this for so many years that your whole life evolves it, for good and bad, I guess, right? There are a lot of challenges and stressful times and things that are not fun and great to be dealing with, but overall, obviously, I wouldn't have been continued doing this if there wasn't a beneficial side that or greater. But yeah, it kind of puts my whole brain around Mortal Online non-stop, even in my dreams and free time, which I barely have. Let me catch up a little bit. Hot the MFF. What the hell are you saying, man? You know, recommended PC specs for Unreal 5. A little bit too early yet. So the baseline is that it costs a little bit more as a baseline in general, but overall there are areas that we really kind of, like I said before, the freeze moments with level streaming and such, those are the things that we will be able to improve and solve. So, we spare 1, 2, 3, 4 frames for getting a more smooth transition overall in game. Well, more kind of like that at this point, what we're looking at. But it shouldn't, in general, be a big hit overall performance wise. Obviously, again, it very often comes down to what kind of hardware you're using. But yeah, in general, you should see a good overall improvement because you know, if the game have a lot of stutter when you're moving around, that I think that is a worse gaming experience, because you know it's hard to react when your computer freezes, right? Rather than you know, sacrificing just a few frames to get that. And it looks like this is what we're looking at generally. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome when you control the weather with elementalism using Unreal 5's weather system we're doing here. Yeah, it's gonna be like your freaking Gandalf in the movies. Or Saruman. Kind of stuff can we expect to see in the next patch? Polish. Main focus is polish right now. And some important fixes and updates. Make half the wall, half Unreal 4, Unreal 5 for comparison. So I did, oh, 2 streams ago or so, I made a little, the first sneak peek of a place where we have some of the parts converted, where you see Unreal 4 to Unreal 5 in Immortal Online. And I think that was already a very impressive upgrade, making it look much more realistic. I will show you more of Unreal 5 soon. Yeah, we know. So the Namesh around houses, when you place a house, the Namesh updates dynamically in real time, which kind of makes the polygon for the Namesh very low detail, which gives very odd pattern around a house or a keep stronghold, which means the AI walking around this behaves very poorly. We are aware of that, and that's one of the part when we were focusing on the AI pathing during the project polish and including the inside house Namesh. But my opinion matters more than everyone else. You should listen to me. Caffeinator. Exactly. I need to listen, or we need to listen to everyone, right? Everyone knows. And that's the thing. Everyone knows what their true opinion is. And that's correct, right? But sometimes it may not fit our game and what our picture is looking. That's something obviously that can be tough to accept. But we are trying to make a sandbox game that we believe is, you know, the best MMO game, and we are very passionate about it, and we want to play this as well. And yeah, sure, there will be many that don't agree. That's just how it is. Just like when someone is making a movie or a game or whatever that may be, everyone doesn't enjoy it, like it, right? But hopefully many will. Tell us one time you embarrassed yourself in front of a woman. I don't do that, Temujin. I don't embarrass myself. I think. Fidel Gilstro. Game is awesome, Henrik. Keep it up and don't listen to the haters. Yeah, no, I mean that's the only thing we can do, right? I mean, you also get to hear crap from crappers. Of course, it's not fun for anyone listening to that. It's just how it is, right? It's part of life. It's part of all communities, part of all games. It will always be there. We can just continue doing what we enjoy and like, right? And focus on the positive stuff to be able to have a pleasant life, right? The game is already struggling performance-wise. Can you please let us turn off? I mean, I don't think the game is struggling performance-wise in general. If you look at the baseline, we are actually having In some areas, very impressive numbers compared to all other MMOs in the world. And then there are areas, yes, that we are behind in terms of performance optimization, such as an example, Meduli. Meduli have an additional high cost that is unnecessary due to optimization. We plan to go through these areas along with the when we step over to Unreal Engine 5. So in overall, you should see a better improvement when you go to these places. But just making a comparison to any other MMO game in the world, placing 200 characters on the screen, compare the high detail levelness and the next gen levelness and the performance, I'm pretty confident that we beat most of them out there. But again, there are several areas that we don't, obviously. World locations, some cities, and so on. And level streaming is also underperforming, which we plan to deal with in Unreal Engine 5. We don't have a date on Unreal Engine 5 yet, but you will see the progression, which give you an idea, and then eventually you're going to see it on the brackets, the roadmap that, okay, it's that patch, that's when it goes live, without us actually writing an exact date, because we want to avoid that. You know, it's very easy. We may want to need 1, 2, 3 additional days just to polish some things. And it's just sad, obviously, if we are missing deadlines that close or annoying players. So we want to avoid that. We ever see 5K on this map? So that's the big question, obviously. So we have had since the launch on Steam, when we went through pure hell, we had an expert network guy that had been working a lot every week, focusing on that alone. And we have done huge steps forward in optimization on the backend and the server sides. And we are following, so we have tools to measure everything in the servers to see where things spikes or get queued or whatever happens. Since the biggest change was since the Necro patch. We had a huge backend optimization going in there as well, along with that. So that's also why we need to test everything in the game due to a lot of rebuilding of the network. So right now we have a queue latency on 1 to 2 milliseconds on everything, and it doesn't move when we move from 800 players to 1500 players. So we're very happy to see these current results, and you know, we're not near any chokes or bottlenecks or queues. So what we do now as well, to make sure that we need to know where are the weakness, where are the next weakness, because there's always one, and it's difficult to know where that happens. So we are building specific bots and tools to simulate exactly what's going on already, and just trying to push them up to see, okay, this is our new choke points or whatever that may be, and this is the thing that costs the most, and that allows us to focus on that area to optimize that. And when that's done, we continue push, and then we find the next one. So that's something we've been doing now for quite a few months, and we've done huge leaps forward. So we don't know exactly where the next point is at this day, other than that our service is barely pushing it at this point, which is of course part of the optimization. So depending on how much we wanna, what is the magical number for Milan? The size of Milan, that is a threshold or a baseline for a big sized continent for Mortal Online. What is the perfect number? What would you like to see to feel that this is a good enough number? This is where it feels crowded and good action, and not too crowded. So when I go to any hotspot, it's too crowded. And that's obviously a very difficult estimate. What do you think, guys? 2K. We cover more than 2K, so I think we can for sure spare more than that. 6K, 5K, 46K. Yeah. 100K, not impossible. Everyone knows that. I've stated it 100 times, but you know, yeah. 40K. 40K on Milan. No, but I think many of you guys are hitting that number that we also feel that could be right. Between 46,000 could be the magical numbers for a sized continent like Mirland. It's difficult because whenever you go at a certain number, it quickly feels very, very more crowded. But I think somewhere around 46 could be a heavy populated Milan, I would say. So yeah, those are numbers that we obviously want to be able to handle at all times and know that this number we can handle without any issues. And obviously after that, that's when we need to scale up more. For 5K will absolutely be popping once Janeiro has more to add to spread out. Nice though. Yeah, obviously we want to also make sure that the Milan have a lot of different hotspots, cities and locations, and of course players are going to build their own to spread out as much as possible, because there's also the natural cap where clients get a lot of stress, obviously, if you're close to a lot of players all the time. But that's something we worked very hard on, the player optimization. So yeah, we're gonna do in the coming month now, we are finalizing that number, so we know when we push those tools on our servers, we should have a number, and if we are happy with that on Mirland, there's no reason to push it further, because obviously the next step would be we need the next continent, right? What 5K hotspots would be overrun? I mean, we still have a lot of hotspots to be added, both dungeons and points of interest, and then we have player cities with the TC patch. So I think still that is around those numbers should be exciting for a map size like Milan. But yeah, it's gonna feel quite alive. I mean, already now when we are peaking and we're getting around 2,000 players, you run into people even out in the from the steppe to jungle areas every now and then, so it quickly make a difference. Pets going to move around houses. Yeah, I just commented on that like 5 minutes ago. The Namesh updates in real time when you place a house, and those are based on polygons that becomes like like this, very skewed. So it means they can walk in this but not here. So we need to make a detailed version when houses gets placed, so they walk more accurately around the house. Think you should make an extra effort to make the game a little more casual and less hardcore. Many like me can no longer play 3 hours a day. What do you think? I mean, so there are some core essence and rules that it makes Mortal 9 unique, but there are also room for where we can add many different casual features that are not, not dumbing the game down or making it something different, but obviously making sure that feedback and information is as solid as possible, and there should be enough of options when it comes to how to progress your character, what kind of gameplay experience or areas you would be interested in, and there's a lot of room for casual things, like playing board games, fishing, even though it's not casual in terms of it's simplistic and have little depth. Everything will always have a lot of depth because that's something we are very passionate about, but there should be enough of plenty of feature that are enjoyable in quick sessions as well. Obviously planning a huge siege or planning to build a city, it's quite a task, right? So obviously that may not be something you can do at all times if you only have a few hours to spare every now and then, but there should be enough things like fishing is still a good example, just to run in and fish if that's something that could be interested of. Just doing that quick in quick out, there will be a lot more of those different features that are everything from player interaction to just PvE exploration depth things. The old world map is outdated, but we don't. Yeah, we don't have posted an official world map at this point. We will see down the road how we handle that. Bro, I want my infinite amount of players. Yeah, but then we need to add many continents very quickly, and obviously it's hard to, you know, keep up to infinity, right? But obviously we need more continents with a growing player base to be able to support more and more players, as long as we want them to be connected in the same way, because that's just a setup of additional servers that will load those players. Can elementalism create a huge area of fog? Yeah, elementalism can change the weather, so you'll be able to change it from sunny to clouded, rain, snowy, to chaotic weather, including fog. NFT when? We don't plan to have any NFT support in Mortal Online. What do you think about increasing some skills for wars like stun, bleeding, slow, etc.? Barba Maul. So that is kind of what our special abilities are for each weapon group. So we are adding, we're starting with one special move per weapon group. One instance is for blades, for instance. You can make a slicing cut that makes a bleed effect. A hammer that can make a cleaving attack to have impact in more than one target. A hammer bash that destroys shields, or, you know, have an impact on shields or heavy armor. Those are just some examples of special moves that you have to, you know, adapt to and learn how to fight with those and adapt against those. So that is planned for our melee special attacks focus. We'll never see clear sky again once elemental's out. I mean, it depends on how we balance it, right? We can make it expensive to keep it running foggy at all time, and, you know, after a few minutes it slowly check what is the biome's weather supposed to be, and if there's no magical force controlling it, it slowly goes back to its natural state. So I think, sure, you know, it happened in Mortal 1. It was quite cool. There were a great elementalist mage in the city of Tinram changing the weather for the newbies, and there was wow. And some practicing. So obviously that will happen. But of course we can always make it balanced based on cost and time to hold it. And that's also part of when you do a siege. The defense side may want to have a specific weather to have the defensive on their side, while the offenders may want to put their elementalist to fight the other elementalist and fight for control of the weather to have it in their favor. Really cool, exciting stuff. You know, imagine a siege where the mages battles around the weather. That haven't been done before. It's so many layers of tactics that Mortal Online will offer, along with those skills and schools and spells. It's just awesome. This is one of the things that I love about Mortal Online. Loot box. Absolutely loving the game. I appreciate your vision and hard work. Curious, will we get different stances for melee, such as defensive or offensive? And will the leveling system for pets become more in depth over time? Thank you for your time. Quite a while ago, we discussed having different stances for different styles and weapon types, and it is doable. We can make it happen, but it's going to take time, obviously, both to go through all the animation for all those weapons that are going to support it. That's a lot of animation work, and right now we are few on animation work. But if we get more resources, can grow, get more animators, that is a possibility for sure, and it's something we were excited about to see could it be done when we discussed it earlier. So yes, it can be done, and maybe something we want to do down the road if we get to that opportunity to have more resources to handle it. And living pets, we don't have anything planned for now when it comes to changing that. So yeah, the more that you use them out fighting with them, they grow and get stronger. We're also looking at that you will be able to have a service at the farms, where breeding systems where you can put them to a training camp kind of at a cost and a time period, and that may boost their levels as well additionally. So that's what we're starting at least. Can't freaking wait to have elementalism, staff magic, mentalism, illusionism. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome magic when we have all of those schools for sure. Yeah, I can't wait either. There's some really cool spells in each of those that I'm very excited about to show you guys. Popperson, hey man. Can we please see a new magic school next time? Everyone will vote for elementalism because they had it in Modern 1. Yeah, so we decided that we're going for elementalism for some good reasons. It gives... So a lot of our upcoming magic schools, including a few spells from necromancy, will use a function from elementalism. And a lot of the other schools will also use the free projectile system that a lot of the spells are going to use. And we need the weather to be in place and all that. So it made sense to do elementalism because we also have like the core rules ready already. It's kind of straightforward for the coders to go right at it. We're going to do a little refined session with Mats when it comes to the names and some of the spells that we may want to tweak a little bit to make sure it fits everything we design initially. And then I'm going to make that happen efficiently. And that also going to be used, like I said, for the more magic schools we build now, we're trying to build them in a tactical way as well, because some schools we'll be able to reuse function from the previous schools, which means if they're not very unique, they will be very more efficient to finalize those when we have the base core rules in code for these magic schools we're doing now. If that makes sense what I'm trying to explain. But yeah, there's room for you to vote on possible the school after elementalism. There's a few things we want really bad because we know it's going to be exciting for the game. But sure, if you kind of see that point also, maybe that's also something you will be voting for. But we're kind of open to, the staff magic, mentalism, and illusionism. They're all quite open there. The thing is that a lot of players are asking for specific features playing a mage. And we know that both elementalism, mentalism, and somewhat staff magic will offer a lot of those requests. Therefore, we also know there's a huge desire or request to have those schools. But I mean, if you vote for staff magic or mentalism as the second school, I mean the school after elementalism, then I guess we could pick either of elementalism and staff magic, I guess. Mats is also super excited about illusionism. And as you know, he is extremely brilliant when it comes to doing very cool systems, because obviously illusionism will again be very unique compared to all other magic schools. Elementals will be a perfect way to show off only 5 as well. Yeah, exactly. Because obviously, of course, we can set up a scene just to fast forward to the different shape of weather during its different cycles. It's very dynamic and based on real life Earth weather, how that is creating clouds, how they meet cold and hot air meets and create clouds and rain and so on. It's extremely realistic based on that. So and you can kind of read that from the clouds and anticipate that it's probably going to be rain, and if you read that right, you're getting rain. But yeah, obviously having the spells to tap into those, it's a good showcase for sure. I agree. Could you add training dummies you could add in houses around houses? Hustler, yeah, those are one of those many to-do lists that we want to add into the TC options for players. There's a never-ending list, I would say, of things that players will request. We also have a long list of things we want to add over time to TC, so you can choose whatever you want to in your city. So yeah, depending on the prioritized order of that list that you may be able to help us with, we will get those in. Possible to increase respawn time for containers and chests a little bit. Yeah, we've seen the feedback that it's a little disappointing when wherever you go and find new points of interest, etc., they are looted quite frequently, which means they're not very exciting to, in many cases, not very exciting to loot. So we actually added a new function where we have better control to do spawn cycles depending on when someone is opening them, etc. So we're trying to refine that to make it a little bit more rewarding and exciting, yes. But we're also very careful because we have been on the other end of that as well, and that's not good either. Are alchemical arrows planned for players? An insight on what kind of effect that might be. So we are planning to add fletchery down row where you can create your own different type of arrows. And there is also some skills that also affect arrows further, such as assassination skills, poisoning, where you can add some effects on specific arrows. There will be flare signal types of arrows that you can produce. And then, yeah, we have alchemy that also taps into this quite a bit with a lot of different effects for the players to do. Is there any room for items such as droppable whetstones that can restore some durability? Yeah, we had that in the first game, so that's our enhancement kits that we plan to add also. They were interesting components that allowed you to, refine and somewhat repair gear. So we plan to add those again. All right, let's please increase planet chest keys drops. Yeah, we may be able to increase that drop chance a little bit. I agree that it's not very come together, but obviously the good part is when you do find one, there's a good chance that you get more rewarded by opening one of those chests. But yeah, there's room for tweaks for sure. Keys right now that open chests rarely have loot. Yeah, as I mentioned, we have a function now that's gonna make sure that there are more respawn cycles when you open one of those chests with keys to secure loot and rewards. We just need to refine those numbers and add more cycles to it. So come the NPC Alchemist Archer does fire damage with arrows. Yeah, he's a little bit ahead of us. He managed to use fire arrows, which you will be able to do in the Siege patch. And will you do a statue or name NPC for your staff member passed away? Vogelhaufen. Yeah, we discussed that it will be great to do something in his honor. Like I said, he was an awesome co-worker for Mortal Online for many years. So we discussed that there may be something nice we could do in honor, like something like that, statue or something similar that we could add in the game world. So we're looking to see what we can do. Poison arrows from alchemy. Yes. Guys, do you want to meet up in game a little bit? You can jump in the game a little bit. What do you say? What do you say? Let's see. How does it look? How does it look? We can take a look in the game. See if we wanna. We're up for something. Let me. Breeding coming in Siege patch? No, not in that patch. As it looks right now, breeding is after TC Siege. Did I miss the sneak peek? I can show it very quickly again, actually. It's this little baby, the Lynx from our first game that we have remade to fit the higher level of Mortal Online 2. So I think it looks awesome. So now we pretty much cover all the fauna creatures from first Meerland. They can be quite dangerous, yes. Major concern from players that I'm getting is that they have a very, very hard time enjoying the game since the only RP folks are doing is killing freshlings. What is your site on this? So yeah, we're trying to build a system that kind of helps with the balance in terms of PvP players should have plenty of areas to do that in a fun, rewarding, exciting way, while obviously those that want to avoid it have enough areas and content where they can try to avoid it as much as possible. There will never be a magical limitation in the world where you can't engage in a hostile matter, because that's part of the game, but there should be high security. We have been looking at EVE Online, that also been working on this obviously since their launch when it comes to how do we get players into the game to also promote all of that. so obviously they have the high security from 1 to 0 sec, null sec security, that we are kind of mimicking with different biomes in cities, outside patrolling path, guard outposts, etc. That gives some protection where players can, if they want to venture around there, they have some protection. And obviously, the further out you walk away from the nations, there will be zero sec, which means players can't place murder counts, or it's no man's land pretty much. And of course, we have player cities where you can create your own security and rules in those cities, blacklist, whitelist players and guilds to also offer security to players. So there will be areas to promote the different eras in a better way. If sec system is a good take, but please don't follow CCP for much of anything. Yeah, no, I mean, I've been playing EVE Online for many years since they launched, and I think they've done a lot of good, exciting things, but there are also things that I am not as fond of. So, I mean, they've done a great job when it comes to the player-driven market economy. Yeah, the security system to have that balanced also. So I think there's some stuff that we are inspired from. But yeah, you see the picture, right? So obviously we want to minimize just endless griefing new players. It doesn't benefit the game. It pushes out players, and instead of growing the population base in all types of player styles, we may be pushing some of those back. And we wanna do our best to avoid that, obviously. And everyone understands for good reason why that is. A new player, with enough time, they could also be very passionate about participating in PvP content and wars down the road. So we want to make sure that there's as much opportunity and time as possible for new players to at least get into the game, get a fair chance to see what they can do in the game in different ways. So yeah, hope that kind of explains some of it. Is this the creature you speak of? This is the Lynx. This is the Lynx. A recurring fat mage, I ended up my food addiction was the best way in game to lose weight. Pretty much like in real life, just consume a lot of energy and not eat fat food and you will lose weight. Dying and having a hit on reserves makes that happen faster. And I able guys to keep carrying on without subs. So we have been slowly expanding and growing, as you know. We want to make the best possible game the fastest possible we can, and we are still one of the smallest team in the world for doing this kind of scale of MMO, which obviously is a huge task and challenge for the team. And you also seen those challenges and struggle we had over the years. So obviously we want to grow in a steady pace so we can control the expansion of developers, getting them aboard so it's efficient all the way. And of course, there are also costs with expanding staff, members, support, GMs, running the servers, and making sure that we have top-end servers and internet tiers connected to all the routes in the world to have the best possible experience for our players. And all that costs money, obviously. Salaries, servers, staff, all that is a big chunk of why it's very difficult to make these type of games, because it's many years of development and it's a high cost. Even though you're a small company, obviously it's not a fraction of the cost of a new world game, but obviously we need to cover those expenses. And that is also why every game needs a paying model. Cirque Tivo, thank you very much for the Prime. So and there's a few options, right? It's one thing if you make a game and sell it and you don't have any maintenance costs, servers to run. Obviously that's it, right? And that's the classic game. You buy a game for $40, $60, $70, and you play it for X amount of hours or days, and then you have beaten it, finished it, or and then move on to the next game. that is quite the tradition for game developers and companies, and then they need to produce the next game to make a profit and continue moving that road. We're heavily focusing on a unique sandbox MMORPG like Mortal Online. And yeah, the big difference is obviously that the development never stops and ends. The game will never be finished because there's endless amount of features and content that we want to add every single month and year. And obviously with support and staff and servers, this is a high upkeep for us. So we need to have a paying model. And the more common model today is, as you know, free to play games, but which obviously is not free to play. It's cosmetic, pay to win, locked content, stuff like that have become very powerful and popular, which I believe in many is a huge downside with that, is that it's a sacrifice of the experience of the game. And we don't want to make that sacrifice. We want to make the best sandbox game ever without locking content, pay to win, or to make cool you need to buy stuff and everyone look insane after a while. So it's the traditional old school paying model, Ultima Online, EVE Online initially, World of Warcraft. So it's a sub-based model for very important reasons, because we build the game surrounding that. And every single update and expansion you get will be for free included in this. So yeah, for everything to run, obviously we need to have that model, and we picked the subscription model for those very important reasons. We have discussed it many times that players are often quite fooled that microtransaction pay to win model is actually more expensive. If you want to be the slightest competitive, it costs you more than the sub-based model we're gonna offer for our game. So yeah, so again, in short answer is, for us to be able to keep evolving, expanding, and grow and floating, obviously we need to have some kind of income, which is the sub model. We can't just rely on that. We have insane sales every day and that may cover everything, because we need to have the back end cost covered as well. If E was a pay once model, that game will still be breaking records. Yeah, but they have the cost, right? So they have both the subscription based and kind of microtransaction, right, to make it work. And they were actually losing a lot of value when they went free to play compared to when they were in their prime time with submodel. Similar to Ultima Online, actually. How do I apply to work from home for you guys? You can send an email with your resume and portfolio. EV isn't worth paying for anymore. There's no way in my mind they can justify the 20 USD a month cost. It's insane, especially with no new content. I haven't been following them lately. I've been quite busy focusing more online, but I was on and off active in that game for many years, the first many years, and then haven't been as active since they went free to play. So I can't say for sure what's going on there. But I heard a lot of strange directions in development wise as well that kind of upset some old timers. Make Haven free, the mainline subscription based. That's actually what we're looking at. So it makes sense for us to make Havens possible free to play. It's also like, you know, disconnected from the mainland, and we can make some adjustment to that and make that a free experience. So that could be a good way to get new players to try that and enjoy that. And if they like what they are getting a taste of, hopefully they will commit and enter the real world. So that's actually something we're planning to do sometime after the Epic release, when we have everything high prioritized in place. Yes, those old timers can be quite grumpy. I played off and on since 06, but I've been done with since more 2 launched. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, man, there's a few games that I thought has some cool mechanics and were inspired from. Obviously, you know, the number 1, Ultima Line, and then second, I would say Star Wars Galaxies, and then a little bit from Eve Online, PlanetSide, Anarchy Online, oddly enough, a little bit Dark Age of Camelot. Yeah, I try a lot there, but I thought most went straight towards the theme park way, which I don't enjoy a theme park game at all compared to the freedom of playing with your friends directly, go wherever you want, specify whatever you want, and have the risk reward, the opportunity to feel the adrenaline rush, you know, victory or defeat is unique, and you don't get that in a theme park game. And I think that really kicks it off to a whole new level, and it's time we go there, guys. Game will have the last major game loops finished with TC. We'll have Unreal 5 at that point as well, so the game will be developed. MMOs never stop making new things, so don't even say future content means not developed. Yeah. Yeah, Mountain Lion will never be finished because there will never be an end of features and contents. But obviously there are important milestones where the majority think, you know, for once important. This is where I think it's worthy to actually support the game further by paying a subscription model. I want these features to be in the game. I want this quality range to be in place for this to happen. That's quite natural, right? So that's something we need to hit along with Epic Game release. And yeah, we heard you. TC sieging are a huge part of end game and never-ending loop for a lot of players in different ways. So, you know, obviously we know this, it makes sense, and we gonna make that happen. Ultima Line was amazing until they were purchased. Exactly. E-games made it trammel and went another direction that many didn't like in terms of what happened to that core essence and soul. We need that. There's so little offered on the game market that offer that kind of unique experience. That is why we're making Mortal Line. We want to offer that again to those that are interested in that type of game. And we don't have that insane break even that we need to invest everything on one card and therefore like New World did, make a 180 to change the core because, you know, I mean, there was a lot of things that makes sense why Amazon did this with New World. It was all about the math and numbers, right? It's not like they are gambling. If they're investing those insane amount of investments in a project like that, and they do have the resources to compete with a game like World of Warcraft, it makes sense to do that, right? Obviously, we don't have those resources. We don't want to try to even compete with those games. And we are enough with a fraction of the player base to make us grow and be successful by doing a good sandbox MMO. And Icon 9 was the best theme park grind. Really love that game and the character building system. Yeah, oddly enough, I kind of got hooked in a few things with Anik Online and played that on and off for a while. There was a few elements that I did enjoy, even though it's closer to the theme park, but at the same time, not entirely, right? It's not the traditional where you do all these quests and everything is level based in the same way. I mean, you start in one of those location cities. And you could do different types of mission and go to dungeon and do that whenever you wanted, as long as you were in a proper level range. But it wasn't like World of Warcraft. You go to this NPC, gather the apples, go to the next NPC, and do that non-stop until the game ends. It was quite more freedom. We're going there. Let's go. Bruce Lee Rob. I'm in where the hell am I? I don't remember. Where was this back to? Let me see. Shall we meet up somewhere, guys? I'm up for a little adventure. Ultimate Line is still good. Check out Outland Service. I heard they're still running things and a lot of people are enjoying it. So that's awesome. It shows that there's still a working core essence for sure. But yeah. It's also, a certain audience that accept it today. A new player today wouldn't even touch it and wonder what the hell is that. Understandably so, right? With the insane level of game quality today. And I think we can reach a better, amount if we do things right. Hey, Dangus. I'm good. How are you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was in Necro Dungeon last session and I had to run over here, so that's what I am. I'm pretty good right now, thank you. Yeah, good to see you. Yep. My statement was in response to someone saying can't have sub until game is fully developed. Yeah. That makes sense. And yeah, you're exactly correct. If we were to start subs when the game is finished, that's pretty much when we have nothing more to offer in the game, which could be 20 years from now. So obviously that won't work. But like I said, in comment to that, it's perfectly understandable that we need to have a certain milestone in terms of quality, game experience, and features, so people feel it's worth it, right? That's all what it comes down to. If we make a good game and people spend a lot of time and enjoy it, hopefully they will feel it's worth spending a small amount every month to support it growing and become even better. That's obviously our goal. And that's also why we said that as long as we have support, we have players buying the game and we are floating, we don't want to rush into a sub, be forced to do that. We want to make sure we reach those milestones that the players think, this is a good deal now. We're getting a lot of value in return, therefore we support by paying a sub. So yeah, that's obviously our goal to reach next. Henrik, we have to offer something to foot fighter to defeat mages. I mean, there's a lot of thing going in again. So if it comes to mounts, we have knockdown features. We have thrown weapons also eventually. Different types of alchemy effects that also will affect magical damage in different ways. So along with growing magic and powers to mages, we also try to cover those other areas that can also interact in different ways that kind of keep balance attached to each others as well. Yeah, we discussed the invisible weapon. We are working on that one. I explained that earlier in the stream, why that have taken a lot of time and what it means for the developers compared to other bugs. But yes, we are focusing on fixing that one as a main prioritized bug. Not one single MMO release without bugs. Not one single MMO is in a state where they don't ever have bug fixes. That's true. You can find bugs in every single MMO release, even the giants, New World, World of Warcraft, the best of the best with the highest budgets. They have gone through pure hell as well. Almost every single release World of Warcraft I had initially was 3 days of queue time and a lot of problems. All those games have dupes, bugs, exploits. All MMOs have those issues. New World wasn't different. They also had the same chaotic release, a lot of dupes and exploits and issues. It's part of this type of game. It is impossible to get everything perfect. And that, I think, also Blizzard and those giants shows that quite clearly. So obviously, it would be very strange and amazing if we would manage to do that perfect when no one else can. Amazon New World couldn't handle 100 players in an instanced war. They screwed up. It was supposed to show the power of Amazon servers. Yeah, I mean, we felt for them, when we saw they go through the hell, we've been through hell also. We knew how all their hard workers were feeling and, how things doesn't go as expected, just as it's been for us. It's very tough and rough, and, it beats down a lot of good people. And for some, it can be very hard to raise up again also. Internet is a harsh world. People are not holding back on very valid feedback. It's something everyone have to kind of be prepared for when entering this, even though we just want to offer something. And if it's fun and good, then great. It's a high bar. Did you play Lineage 2? No, I didn't. I had limited time in terms of committing to big MMOs. Like I said, Ultima Line I spent about 11, 12 years in. Quite a lot, especially the first 8 years. It was like my main game. And I didn't really play another MMO as much next to it. But when those other games came, I committed quite a lot in those, like I said, Star Wars Galaxies, Planet Side 1, Anarch Online, Dark Age of Camelot. And they also came in an order where they didn't compete with each other. So I kind of tried them. I tried most of the games released, but I only kind of stuck with a few of them that I thought interesting enough to commit some time to. So I know also, RuneScape, there's some good old MMOs as well that are a little bit similar to Ultima Line, but they were kind of under a similar time era. So I stuck with Ultima Line for many of those years. This is a rare request, but I would love to see a voice tracking software that could coincide immortal, like how Elite Dangerous has that, so we could command pets with our voice. Yeah, I've seen that. It was quite cool. I played Elite Dangerous a little bit when it was released. I thought some things were very cool there compared to Evil Line, where you can actually manually steer your ship. Was pretty refreshing and cool. And yeah, I've seen players playing it with VR. I tried it in VR as well. It was quite cool experience, but I didn't try voice commands. I actually tried voice command when that was a new cool thing when I was playing Quake or Doom. It was pretty cool to make a command to swap weapon. A little unnecessary, but cool when it was a new thing. And yeah, it could be cool to actually be able to say a command to your pet. I mean, it's not an impossibility, but it's nothing we're gonna be able to spend time on at this point of the development. Nothing is like Star Wars Galaxy pre-patch. That game was a dream. Hope to see more than 2 in the same path. I did enjoy Star Wars Galaxy up to that point also. And I was one of the lucky bastards that managed to get a force-sensitive slot. And of course, that was the coolest thing for me to happen in a MMO for a very long time. So obviously I'm very inspired by that, and will have the same system or a very similar system in Mortal 9. And you know what I mean with a force-sensitive slot. We will have something similar to that in Mortal 9, but obviously it won't be Jedis. It will be something more like a Demon Hunter, Death Knight, Dragon Marked, something very specific and very awesome. Inspired from exactly that feature that I never forget. I'm mustering my men to meet you. Bruce, where do we meet up? Tell me a place. Tell me a place. I want to meet up in game a little bit. Come fight us Rise at Dungeon, Henrik. I'm up for anything. The question is, where do we meet? Henrik doesn't know what town he is in. No, I wasn't sure where I logged out, but I'm in Moki. But I'm moving. I'm moving to meet up. I didn't recall where I was logging out since last week. We work on the lance fix. Hopefully next patch. I know they're working on it. The lizard is coming in. So those creatures I've shown so far, they're all finalized now. I need to get their content and will go in the upcoming patches next to polish and fixes. MK for PvE. Share screen, yeah. Like that, eh? Galcor stream. Dangerous lands. Do we go to Galcor? The Queta. Do we dare? Yeeter Vision. Hey Henrik, just start playing this month. Loving game. Really looking forward to the future content. Really love the community. Awesome to hear that, Yeeter Vision. And welcome to the game. Welcome to the community. And yeah, I have to say again, we have a very awesome community. There's so many amazing people, friendly, helpful. So, it's awesome to see that. There's so many that want to help and recruit and learn new players as well. So never be afraid of reaching out, interacting with people. It just grows on you, and the game grows along with that as well. It's so much focused on player interaction as well that pushes it to a whole new level. It's not like World of Warcraft. You just run past every single player. You're the chosen one. Next quest. Even if someone is saying hello, you're just running past them. Mortal 9, there's always these cool experience moments where you can walk up to someone or ride past someone and everyone is moving their head, looking to each other's, that is an awesome experience, and you can use the VoIP to communicate. It's unique. I love it. So yeah, I happy you're enjoying the game so far, and it will just get better and better. Hold, are you Henrik? No, I'm only Henrik. Yeah, we are making a UI rework along with Unreal 5. It's a huge part where it needs to be, we're building in a much more efficient way. It doesn't mean in the first phase that it's going to look completely different, but it's going to be solid. Have that core baseline that we absolutely need to have it in first of all. I released a game in which you knew it wasn't worth a sub, and 8 months later still isn't. Yeah, so we didn't anticipate all the chaos we ran into during release, and those things were not small. The more deeper we got into those and fixed one, 5 other occurred. It was pure hell for us, and it was very difficult to foresee this because we did specifically stress test exactly for that reason, and we thought that would help us and be enough, because this is also one of the challenges being a small indie company. We can't just press one button and get 100,000 of players in one go to help us stress test everything. It's impossible. Blizzard and those giants can do that, but few other small indie companies can do that. So we did our best trying to reach out to promote any players for free to join our game and play it for free for X amount of days and weeks, just to help us with this. And we hit the cap and limitation in a few steps, a few times. And every time we reach those issues and bottlenecks, we managed to solve them and improve them greatly, which means, we hit that cap several times. And when we fixed it and everything was working perfectly, and we were more stable in the population, it's very difficult to take the next step there. So we tried additionally 2 stress tests to try to hit that as hard as we could to be ready. And also, we had no clue how many players would join in at first. We were anticipating a small start, being small and not having the resources to roll marketing the game. And then hopefully the game will speak for itself so we can grow in a controlled manner. That didn't happen, and everything exploded. And the pressure didn't stop for many days. So yeah, we didn't sleep, we didn't eat, we just worked nonstop to try to solve those issues. And that obviously had to put everything else on hold. We paused everything, pushed that aside. Obviously stopped any subscription or all that because we knew this wouldn't work. And we had to go back to work very hard on those core issues and work a lot on the network side that didn't handle this part. So yeah, I'm not trying to blame anyone else but myself when it comes to how should I handle it, or what could we have been done to make it better. And I'm sure that everyone in the team have done their utmost best to analyze and do whatever we can to be ready and know whatever data we could have. But of course, it wasn't enough, and I always have the utmost responsibility, and I had to take that hit, obviously, and can't do anything but being transparent and open and stand behind that kind of sidestep and move forward and make sure that we fix those issues, improve the game, and let the game speak for itself, which we are now slowly starting to see finally. So I think it's been worth all the hard work and commitments. The game is better and better every patch, and the patches are getting much more stable and controlled. We're expanding the team to speed up processes. As soon as the investment in the new developers, we can kind of let them go and let them help us with development rather than just teaching them. All that is slowly getting in place finally. And we are not in a rush at this point in time, and we prefer to let the game speak for itself and be ready for that next step, and also have a plan B and plan C when we do the Epic Game release, because we understand that we also won't get a second chance to make a complete failure. So that's why we're very careful now, planning ahead to that step. So yeah, I hope that kind of makes sense, what I'm trying to explain here. RPGs are biggest games and will always have a lot of bugs. Yeah, they're very complex and quite different from more obviously single player games and more limited multiplayer games with a lot more limitations to what can be done. There's so many complex layers that players come up with that we didn't have had were guessing players could do at some point. It's both beautiful things and dreadful things for us devs. Henrik, have you consider adding crossbows? Yes, there will be crossbows. Many different types, from small hand repeating crossbows to heavy ass, high strength reloading devices. You handle the smack talk very well, Henrik. Primusmu. Primusmu. Well, like I said, I'm never backing down or trying to hide behind anything. I can just be true and transparent and explain what happens on our side, what we're trying to do, and then obviously it's up to the world to react on that or think it's crap or good or understandable or whatever that may be. We can't do more, right? I can't do amazing magic on top of what we can offer in the game. Honestly, the gutting of New World's gameplay and combat was a crime against gaming, and the suit behind it should go to jail. I mean, being in this industry, we kind of fully understand why they did it. Quite scary move, and of course, maybe a little clumsy to make that 180 change so close to release. But all the numbers pointed to make that happen at the sacrifice for the players' interest in that field. That kind of made a 180. But just looking at raw data, what they're trying to compete with. So are they trying to compete and reach out to those 40 million WoW players because they can make a better WoW theme park game? Or do they want to risk and gamble and try to cater for a little bit smaller audience with some risk involved? Very difficult balance and risk reward of scaring off players. It's understandable when you take a little bit more hardcore route with destruction, PvP, and loss. And if someone had resources to compete with World of Warcraft, it's Amazon, right? So why wouldn't they think that they could actually make that happen and compete and take over the throne of becoming one of the largest MMOs ever in that era? But yeah, it didn't turn out as planned, apparently. Wait, are we? Did someone tell me where we were teaming up? Whoop. Did I miss it? Bruce, where are you? Shall we team up somewhere? I'm off for a little session. Let me scroll down a little bit. I think I've fallen way behind. Sorry guys. I may miss your response to my responses, but can't wait for Siege TC is what will make the game complete for me. An idea on what exactly will be included in the first set of mechanics released. So soon I plan to go through a little bit more in detail what you can expect from the starting pack of the TC functions and how all that turns out. And we're still playing around with some of the rules when it comes to how to seize control over ground. There's a few question marks that I'm going back and forth with Mats as well. We want to, decide on a good step here. And then similar thing with the siege mechanics. We know exactly, or pretty much now, how the siege machines will work and how you interact with them in a much more innovative way, gaming way that is much more fun than in the first game. And then we're adding those very fun component where you kind of can do a lot of small skirmishes and how you start a siege in a more interesting way rather than just go for the ninja siege on the big thing. So I plan to showcase some of that down the road when the final decision are also kind of been ironed out. And then you will also soon see it on the upcoming roadmap on what brackets, what patch they will go in. We're in first-person game like Modern Line will be awesome, and you will have it sometime after Epic release. Nice, you're in the best town. Moki. You're ready to test your mind against the riddle master of Moki. Riddler, what is the riddle? It's... yeah. Need to rest a little bit, eh? I am mother, Henrik. I am not Temujin. I can't find it in my heart to kill my players. I love all my players. Almost all my players. I give them a full chance. But I will have plenty of PvP by just venturing the world. I have no doubt. I can name bags. I can't say exactly when, but eventually. We will be adding more fishes, especially along with each new land continent. We're adding a big list of new fishes. I don't know if we are missing anyone or plan to add anyone more on Milan right now in these coming months. But there will for sure be a huge list with upcoming continents. You should take inspiration from Tibia. Yeah, I know Tibia was also a solid game back then, but like I said, I was spending those years in Ultima Line and then in Star Wars Galaxies. Any dedicated combat feedback? Yeah, we appreciate when players are trying to explain as detailed as possible, also sharing that feedback on our forums. We have a few guys that are trying to collect what is kind of standing out, and then we go through that to see how it may fit our numbers and data, and also, our current features, and also along with future features. So we do appreciate that. I haven't played in a half year. Was view distance improved so we can see people further than 20 meters away? We actually had the furthest render distance on a character model in any MMO in the world. However, what you don't see far enough is data like gear, guild name and such. That is, important information you want to see quite early on as well. We plan to adjust those stats along with the final step of our server optimization, because we need to measure the same cost. We can't change numbers now because then we're not calculating with the same numbers. because that changes some costs quite drastically. But yeah, you will see changes on that part too. Do you ever see Bear Armor Cell in game? Yes, you will. Sooner or later, and hopefully quite sooner, if we manage to get a few animators aboard that can help us make exactly that happen instantly. How are you saving your developers from burnout? That is a good question. It's the game industry is both, I guess, the best and the worst in many ways. Sadly, there's a shorter time frame where developers stay in the gaming industry because it is exhausting in many different ways, stressful and such. And there's the whole community on the internet, that also puts a lot of pressure on everyone. And everyone is different when it comes to how you handle that kind of pressure and stress, and how, if you enjoy it or not, if is it worth it or not. It's always a challenge, and obviously we try to always do the best to try to make sure, does our developers have what they need? Are they happy? Is there something missing? What can we improve? What can be done? So we try to look into that and make sure that if someone feel that, holy shit, it's been too stressful right now, I may need a little break or take it down a little bit, a notch. Obviously, we are taking that serious to make sure that we don't burn out someone, because that would be worse in the long run. And also, we don't do overtime anymore, because you can only do overtime a certain time until the production starts to get worse. So we try to respect the normal working hours, and after that, people can relax and kind of log off for the day. Something I don't have the luxury of doing, but I want to make sure everyone does it as much as possible, to kind of get that energy back and relax. That's very important. But yeah, again, we are a small company, so it's always a challenge as well when it comes to covering all those areas. Usually all those big companies have a whole team of human resources that work on that on a full time, right? And we don't really have that luxury yet to have all the different positions that kind of help with all those side things as well. But hopefully it's something that we can also slowly expand on, and kind of make sure that we support the developers in a very good way, so they feel that this is a good place to be in, and enjoying it. It's something we try to improve as well. People are overcritical the game. Good, I have faith it's only going to get better. Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite clear that everyone has seen the progression, and usually when things are good and fun, it shows, and players want to play it. So I think it will speak for itself for sure. There's a PC Magazine article coming up at the 1 year mark. Is word on the street, at least. Karakan, I'm not sure which PC Magazine you may be talking about, and are you referring to Mortal Online covering, or what? What do you call burnout? Henrik calls warm up. I mean, I've had to be careful as well to kind of take my science very shit, I lost the word. Very serious. Because yeah, I always thought, nah, come on, stress. I can handle that. It's fine. Started in my 20s, and I just killing it since. Haven't slowed down. But it sneaks up on you, so you have to be careful, especially when you have. There's a few years that most young, healthy people can handle without, collapsing. I don't remember how many years it is usually, but there's an average year that is fine to work on a pressure and bad stress. But after that, you kind of need to start changing that and make sure that you take care of your symptoms and health, so you can continue working for more years, obviously. And yeah, I felt some symptoms for sure over the years that I had to learn to adapt to and be aware of. The back, who thank you for the prime. Love all the hard work you guys do. You don't get enough credit when it's due. Keep showing on the way you are. You guys rock. Thank you very much, the man in brush. I appreciate it. Again, you know, it's we really appreciate when hearing good feedback. Also, believe it or not, you know, obviously, usually, you know, broken things and feedback for bad and boring things is obviously important, and we need it to improve the game. But I also think for the sake of the team, they get such a boost and energy and enjoyment when they actually get some of the things that we do very well as well. So I appreciate that you guys also, you know, see that and express that. It means a lot for me and the team. And it does give a nice boost in energy, and it confirms that it's worth it and we should stick to the plan. No, I'm not. No, I don't know where I'm heading at. Did I get a response? Where do we meet up? Who want to meet up? And what should we do? I'm up for a little run. After Siege and Magic is done, talking years ahead. No, it's not years ahead. We can dream of sea ship spells in Mortal. Yes, ships. So wagons is we have that in a certain order after Epic TC, and that also gives us a few core function we need for the ship system. And since there's a huge interest of ships, we do we choose to lift that up from a lot of different features. And it also again helps us to spread players over additional areas, which obviously also helps with spreading population. So it's not going to be years until we have TC and sieging. We're much closer than that, but we still need some time to polish and make sure it's fully functional and stable. But you will see, you will get rough estimates when we start sharing the roadmaps and some of the work we have been doing there. So you will see it's not years away. Like I said, there's gonna be years of upcoming TC content that won't stop. But you will have the first TC pack along with the Epic session. Was banning game for disagreeing with an admin awesome? No one bans for just disagreeing, so that's not entirely correct. We have rules in place, you know, and just following those rules, you can't be banned. I get disagreements daily, hundreds. It's part of the job, and obviously we don't just ban people for disagreeing. We may warn, ban, temp ban players that don't follow the rules, such as, you know, bluntly being toxic, insulting players, spamming, trolling, keep going at it even though there's been a response for the 20th, 11th time. You know, there can be many cases, right? But we are simply following the logical rules we have posted and try to make the game pleasant for everyone. And it's fine to disagree. It's fine to be upset and, you know, yell a little bit, but there's a line where we need to kind of step back a little bit and take a break if we're too mad, right? It's not good for anyone. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, we never ban for disagreement or no reason. I know there's some people posting that, but that's just ridiculous. We're running a company, we invest everything in this project. We want to offer a good, solid game, and we want to be able to work with this for many years. And you know, just trying to follow the rules, and everyone will be fine. Crap happens, transfers is all you really have. That's true. Has anyone ever told you look like Gigashot? I've actually heard it almost in every stream. It's become a meme. Shall we meet in Fabernum? Is that the place, eh? Is that the place? Mookie is kind of chill, and there's not too many dangerous events there. Oh, thank you.
I just arrived and you say you're going to Fab?
Holy cow, Demujin.
I've been lost in the forest for like an hour.
Damn. Yeah. I don't know where we're going. Someone suggested Fab. I'm up for anything, really. Quadracans.
Well, that's a long way to go.
It is quite a journey to Fab. Question is if we gonna...
The troll! The troll!
What?
Go to the troll.
The troll. Wanna kill a troll. One second, guys. Let me just scroll down. I think I'm got stuck in the text. Yeah, VR is planned for sometime after Epic. I don't know exact what order. We have quite a few things we wanna cover first of all. How did you learn to develop games? I started when I was a little child, when computer was almost a thing. My cousins, that was like 10 years older than me, two twins, geniuses, they learned to code very early on. And I got my first Commodore 64. And they showed me a little bit how to code stuff, how to play around with that computer, and then some games arrived, and that kind of started my interest when it comes to computers and eventually games. So started very, very early on, and as time passed by, I never got gaming consoles from my parents. They didn't thought I would should have a game console because you couldn't do anything practical on those. You could only game. So they gave me computers instead, even though I was a little upset. All my friends had Nintendo and Sega and all that, you know. But I got my computer, and obviously over time, eventually, more games arrived to the computers. That obviously also made it interesting, and slowly but steady I was in that area. And then Diablo 1 came. You know, it started a little bit with Command and Conquer, Orcs and Humans, Diablo. Those were like the big things. Doom, Quake, obviously those were big iconic titles that kind of, holy shit, this is amazing. And Diablo was also the first magical moment for me when I thought, holy shit, this is an amazing world. I when I think about it, I can feel that feeling in my stomach that I felt, that magic. And then when I was playing Diablo, or some guys from Origin reached out. They needed testers for a game called Ultima Line. And when they described it, I thought, holy shit, this sounds like a whole new level of Diablo, kind of. And when I finally got logged into Ultima Online on my 28.8 modem from Sweden to North America, holy shit, I could take 3 steps, then pause, 3 steps, and then pause. But I was so amazed, even though I couldn't even move. That's kind of where it's really started, that shit, this is something I want to do in the future. This is awesome. Just imagine with the technology moving forward, I want to do something like this. Played Ultima Online for 10 years, and then I also slowly started to get into more serious game development. I was looking for proper education as well, build a network, and I was lucky enough that not too far away in my country there was one of the first really hardcore, more game focused development educations that I applied to, and I got in. And the teacher there and founder was actually Mats, that is, that I recruited later on to the company, or in the end of that education. So I learned a lot from obviously the different steps, and then having that education as well at the last step, where I wanted to learn more specific game development and be able to communicate with all the different positions and know more broad things of every step of the development. And again, tie additional network and talents from that school, because back then it was a little bit more tricky to find developers. And then I contacted Epic Games, and I thought, who the hell is this kid, Henrik, calling me, the vice president of Epic Games, trying to get our next generation Unreal Engine 3 when they're not even on the map. No title produced, they doesn't exist, and we are all noobs and young. And they tell me, man, you know, this is an engine that only Microsoft and 10 other giants can license. We haven't released it yet. It's our big thing. It's gonna be the best engine ever, and it cost a few millions. So maybe not. Hang up the phone, and I was thinking, son of a bitch, we need this. We need a game engine, because some of our coders were very talented in using the old Unreal Engine, and we're very familiar with that, so we had something to start on, and we didn't want to recreate a game engine from scratch and spend 2 to 3 years in risking in an engine that maybe wasn't sufficient. So I kept calling the vice president, and said, come on, man, come on. And after 1 year of nice harassment, he said, you're never giving up. Let's do this. Let's take a shot. Let's see what we can do. So I was one of the very few that managed to get a source license for Unreal Engine 3. And no one else had that engine pretty much, other than some giants. There were no games out yet. And I never forget when we went on short thereafter, we went on the first gaming convention in Germany. We were next to the biggest gaming company in Germany, and they were going to release a new MMO like a half year later, and promoted the game there. And they were running on Unreal Engine 2, guys. And we were next to them promoting Unreal Engine 3. And there was even some of the high, the CEOs of that company came up to me and said, how the hell did you get an Unreal Engine 3? We're only on Unreal Engine 2, I saw it in their eyes that they felt that, shit, who are these guys? Stealing attention. So yeah, it was quite an interesting journey. And at the same time, I was struggling with getting the fundings, because yeah, it's obviously not cheap to hire a whole team for X amount of years just developing and not making a single coin of profits or sales or anything like that. So it was the so-called mission impossible, and everyone in the industry told me it's impossible to do it like that, and you won't be able to do it. You will fail. Join us instead. We are massive entertainment, Ubisoft, the biggest, best company in the world. Join us instead. That sounded awesome, and I was tempted, but obviously I had high passion about a true sandbox MMORPG. So I said, you know, I want to keep trying. And yeah, 16 years passed. Here we are today. It's been a long and interesting journey for sure. Just fast forwarding to where we are today. Obviously, there's quite insane stories during those first years as well that are, I guess, quite interesting for those that are interested in what the hell happened. But yeah, maybe another time. There's a lot happened over the years that are just sounds like that sounds as taken from a movie. That's crazy. All right, my man, hard towards you. All right, Bruce. All right, I'm waiting. I'm up for it. Way to go. Way to be a go-getter. You should be proud. Thank you, Ventureborn. I mean, I was thinking, obviously, these are the industry's leaders, the giants. They know what they're talking about. So I was very humble and thought they are right. This is an impossible road to take. And it's not traditional. No one have done it before. So, but I didn't want to give up. It did motivate me to go for it even more. But yeah, it was actually very, very close of not happening at all. There's some interesting stories here as well. So I went through whole Sweden, visited, you know, investors, all kind of opportunities and meetings, and a lot of investors, etc., were very excited and thought, shit, this sounds very exciting. And you managed to get Unreal Engine, but obviously without fundings, we can't really start it. Many were interested, but obviously it's hard for a senior to invest in something they don't understand. So when I went through like almost a year and spent hundreds of meetings and no one kind of stepped up the game to commit, I committed a huge part myself, but you know, obviously I wouldn't be able to cover everything. So I was thinking, okay, everyone is right, I was wrong, it's not possible to do it like this, so I have to give up and kind of look what would be my next step personally. I had one meeting left planning my book. I thought, all right, I was close to cancel it, but I thought it's only a 2-hour drive, so let's do it. So I went there and I met a little bit younger investors, and again they said the same thing. Sounds awesome, exciting, but with the main difference in the end, let's do it. And I was, what? Let's do it. And yeah, that's where it really started. So we actually made the way of listing the company back then on the stock market. So I became the youngest CEO of that market in Sweden. And not only that, I were pretty much running the whole emission privately myself, because I was so passionate to get things done and quickly and efficient, with some help, obviously, with experienced people. And when I managed to finish that emission and it was over, signed, and in record speed, the CEO of the stock market in Stockholm called me and congratulated me, and I thought, for what? You made it in record speed, overrated, over signed, and yeah, your age, you know, you're young to be doing this. And that kind of surprised me, that I thought I was doing things, you know, poorly. I was very humble that I don't know these things and I'm just want to deliver 100%. Didn't sleep anything, I just worked day and night through all these steps. But it was very exciting when I saw these pieces getting in place, and it just made me such a boost, and yeah, open up the opportunity. Henrik sounds like my drunk uncle talking about his military past. Yeah, I don't know if I'm boring you guys or if it's of any interest, but to me it was quite the journey, and I know it's one of a kind in Sweden at least. And yeah, there's been so many interesting events surrounding all this from the start to up to here. Very interesting journey. And there's also another thing that kind of gave me a little headache. I don't like talking about it because it's when you hear it, you're gonna cry blood. You're gonna cry blood. You know, there's been some interesting, exciting things also. You know that we were doing initially and how that turned out. But yeah, maybe that's for another story. It's quite interesting, but at the same time a little heartbreaking because of what happened. But anyway, I don't want to bore you out, guys. Henrik sounds like the Tony Stark of gamers. No, ignore them. It's interesting to hear the trip down the memory lane. Yeah, no, I mean it's interesting just looking back. You know, it's crazy. What happened? You know, how did it start? You just always been in the moment, never looked back, and just always been going at it. And just every years have been passing, and it's interesting to take a little break, pause, just to look back. What the hell happened? How do we do this? You know, it's interesting. Referring to the law, you're referring to lawsuits. Lawsuits? No, I'm referring to more like we had something genius worth billions, and we just let it go in very short. So it's more like just laugh and cry at the same time and move on. Don't dwell, you know. One of those moments, if you know what I mean. But we're not done. We will get there because I'm just one insane person that never ever gives up, no matter what. So you're stuck with me. You're stuck with me. And hopefully I'm stuck with you guys. It's an awesome support from you guys. Actually pretty inspiring example of why not to quit on your dream. Yeah, thank you. Remember an E3 interview you did that got me to try Model 1 back in the day. Oh, awesome to hear that, Migar Storm. Oh, no, I haven't fed my horsey. I don't even have horsey food. So I sold all their Bitcoin for $100. No, not really, but almost something similar, but not really. Not really. More in the game development. And I also want to be, you know, obviously we are quite close in the gaming industry here. We have many talented game developers and companies, studios here located also in Malmö. You know, we have Massive Entertainment, we have DICE in Stockholm, Shark Mob. There's quite a few good game studios in Sweden. We have quite high up there on the map, producing solid games. Thank you.
What are you looking at, you dirty old man?
Yeah, you're distracting me, lady. Oh my god, another one. Another one. X-Fast. Thank you very much for
Bears need armor, Henrik. Bears need armor.
You pervert.
And word on getting hotfix. They'll work on it. Hopefully they will be in the next patch.
Look at me.
Standing on the bay. Ooh, maybe I should lock that little pit. Really close to my limits. Sold their side game cheap and it ended up making billions. Did you let go of your mobile moneymaker? You're getting a little bit closer, but it's good. One of my close friend, he used to taunt me, but it's fine. It's fine. Cream chocolate is nice. Yeah, that's a good quality of life. Chris Clown build. What would be the gameplay difference for crossbows to bows, Henrik? So the crossbows will work quite different. So you load them very specifically based on your either, you know, agility like dexterity to reload something quickly that doesn't require a lot of strength, and you shoot them off in a quick pace like a repeater or crossbow, very small, to very large ones, heavy ass crossbow that you kind of need to put down the foot, weave it, have high strength, load it up, crank it, put a bolt in, and then you have a sniper ready. So it goes from that quick little needle repeater to heavy ass sniper. So yeah, there will be some variation, quite different from bows. And of course the tractile is a little bit different as well. So it depends, you know, you can go for this heavy ass crossbow sniper like that, obviously gonna be very slow reload time, heavy, but have a nice punch and you have a good range, while you can do the light quick one as well with different mechanic. If Henrik didn't miss whatever opportunity it was, he probably wouldn't be here making Mortal Kombat 2 for us. Exactly. Beetle Grace, that is the thing. So that is why obviously I'm not giving up. I'm gonna make worth the hard work, and we wouldn't have Mortal Kombat 2 if there was a different story initially. And Mortal Kombat 2 was actually the closest to my heart when it comes to where my fully passion lies. So it would probably look quite different. Maybe down the road I would be able to fund Mortal Kombat in a different way if I took that other starting path. But again, can never regret or look back. I still think everything happens for a reason, you know. And we're getting there. We will get there. We're very determined to make this solid, and we will get there, starting with, you know, the Epic Game release is a big important milestone to get moving on that big direction. Love your game, bro. Getting better at it every day. Artisan for life. Bobby, awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. How old are you, Henrik? Take a guess, Devil TV. Take a guess. I was quite blessed with my hair and beard. But yeah, if I shave, I'm gonna drop 10 years. 39. Very close to Majin. Quite close. Yeah, we will have fletching to make your own bows eventually, and filled. I'm guessing 36, 37, 40. Pretty good guess. Pretty good. Pretty good. 25. Shut up. You got it. Got it. Full just 42. No, that's the wrong direction. Chalet is the winner. 25. $16, $31, $38. It's 40 or 41, 34. 42 is the answer to everything. Yo, Gigashad, yo, M40, 45. No, I mean, so I'm 40. I'm 40. Someone got it. But yeah, I feel like 25 when I started this journey, but wiser, with a lot more knowledge and experience. But I feel freaking the same as I started. A little bit less energy, I guess, also. But other than that, you know, I don't feel a difference. 63, holy cow, man! I would have gray hair everywhere. Looking solid for 40, grats, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That will be my next guess. Thanks. Yeah. Level 40, you know, getting that high experience, high level. Look at all these heads. I've been head hunting. Frederick. This is a nice calm city. A bell of danger. Grand Pax. The Crusade. Dauntless.
No more.
Who the hell? Who the hell? I'm 37, let's go another 20 years. Easy. First couple 20 years is the hard part, then it's end game. True, we need an end game too, right? Our servers are switching PNA, is it true or bullshit? So we are able to look at, so what we're looking at is we have other continents where we can spread players on that we can place on different locations, such as NA. So that's one of the routes we are looking at. We still want to connect everyone to the same world. Strip air and game noises from stream while playing. Indeed. Nice thing about Henrik being so young is not anywhere close to retiring. So many years for the game life cycle. Yeah, hopefully, that's for sure. Go to graveyard. Other contents like Sadaka might be NA based, yeah. Mo key number 1, Sadaka NA confirmed. Not confirmed yet, but it's something we are looking into. Henrik, I was about to transport stuff. You're drawing too much attention to this town. Temujin, it's good. We can handle it. That'll be nice to have the ping is a kill sometimes. Any new profession plan, by the way? Yeah, there are quite a few professions. We have thievery and assassinations, fletchery, carpentry. There was something else that was closer rather than further away. What the hell was it? Damn, I forgot about it. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot that we're gonna add during different patches and periods. What's the plan? You're hunting a troll? I'm up for anything really. I'm up for getting ambushed. I'm up for going for a troll, doing a little raid of any type. So I'm up to chill with the community, you know. It's one experience to do it on the stream, and it's one experience doing it on the cover. It's always enjoyable in its different way. Fist weapons coming soon. So we have the kind of like the first draft of the design. Now we're taking some time to refine them with these artists to finalize them. And when they're fully done, that's when they go to animators to get them implemented. So we're creating a lot of content that we know. You know, again, we're quite the different developers, so everyone can't be helping with one thing. So there's always something they need to do, and we know there's a list of things that will be added to the game. So it's also good to have a few of those quite finished and ready for the other developers to do their part, and then we can add them to the game. So we're always making sure we have enough content and there's no specific blockers. Yeah, exactly. That's the profession I was looking for. Big Boss, Unique Kitty, barber. The barber profession. So you can offer rare new styles of hair, beard, and tattoos for players. So we want to make them, some of them rare. You can obtain them if you have enough nation standings and discover different types. Some rare, some common. So eventually over time, you know, we will have more and more of those options as well. Can a player set up a storefront in a town to sell wares? We do want to add more functions in cities where you can actually hire some things. So we plan to support some of that later. We want clothing and dye tubes. Yes, it is on our quite high list as well. We noticed that everyone struggle a little bit to identify each other's because we don't have the variation of coloring, soft parts, and you know, guild emblems and stuff like that. We know how important that is for the player groups and the feeling, and you know, have that same identification. It's very helpful, obviously, on the battlefield. So it's actually quite high up there on the list. I want to look glorious in game, such style, such wow. Indeed, indeed. It will get more and more over time. Can barbers assassinate someone hairstyles if they cheat on them? Imagine a troll making everyone bald. I'm not sure about that. Yes, domination is on a polish fix as well. Can we make our own tattoo brandings to mark our soldiers, elf girls? So we're still debating on, when it comes to the guild emblem design, if you're gonna have free control, which I'm a little afraid of, because free control, obviously there may be a few awesome artists out there that does masterpieces that fits the game, but come on, you also know that there's gonna be a lot of ridiculous stuff, right, that simply doesn't fit the game and just breaks out from everything else that are carefully designed. So it leans towards having a more system that you can be very dynamically control and design your guild emblems, but they will be within a controlled style, if you know what I mean, but with a lot of options. And then obviously you use the dye color system, which is super complex, to choose your unique color theme and save that in a dye tube, which you will then be able to use for your guild members if you like. Yeah, free control equals wieners. Exactly. And you know, that can be quite time consuming for staff members to go through all that mess. Yeah, but you know, there's always clever people that does something. Look on the side. Now I see it. You know, I don't know if you want to open that box of never-ending silly things. You know, but yeah, with that said, that symbol may also be able to fit the tattoo, which is pretty cool, right? So if you manage to make your guild emblem, you know, unique using this quite robust system, you can put that emblem on your chest pieces, you know, capes, banners that you can use in the field and that you can put on your towers, keeps, etc. And I think we could also have this fit so you can actually tattoo it, you know, for life, your guild tattoo. If I could just put a G on everything, that would be fine. Thanks. I figured out. I did anim sales in Atlas, but I wouldn't do that to you. Do not add circles and raindrops, Henrik. Trust me. Shall I trust you on not circles and raindrops, eh? Alright. Should have layerable images, you can do semi-custom designs. Yeah, I mean, we do want to make it very interesting for sure, so you have very good control to make something awesome. But at the same time, I think, like I said, it leans towards that we don't want it freely open. I mean, we had the painting system in the first game, which was quite hilarious. You can paint a painting. But yeah, 99% of them looked like a child painted them. And then there was, you know, wieners and funny stuff. But that was fine since you had to, you know, find that paper or drawing and open it up and see it. Same thing as notes. a fun little feature. But yeah, running around and having that on your banners, etc. Maybe not as cool, right? Wouldn't take that big of an effort to moderate it with the current population, but still just another thing they would have to. I mean, we're talking many thousands of designs, Candy. You know, imagine that everyone want to play around with guild emblems sooner or later. Everyone. And approve all those thousands emblems. I don't know. It's also like, okay, this is 500 gray zone lines. How do we judge? We need to call someone else to make a call because we are unsure. You know, it can stack up, I guess. Yes, we're adding gambling stuff for. We actually have blackjack already finished. We are missing the game arts, and we will have that for Epic Game release as well. So you will have blackjack for sure. Lol, no way this game is still up and running. We haven't even started, baby. Haven't even started. Sick. Indeed. Could always go hard and just clearly state that making a sexual or hateful design will get your guild disbanded and the specific creator gets a tick on their bans. Lol. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we haven't entirely closed that door. We have a few devs that are very passionate about, you know, they have good ideas to how we can do those things. But just thinking about past experience, it is a whoop ass can we're opening without a doubt. And yeah, I'm a little hesitant, you know. And the thing is, we want really cool designs that fits. I'm not doubting that we have many amazing artists out there, but it's very difficult to make it cool by just using your, you know, if you want to paint it in game or you need to upload photoshopped picture. Obviously we need to go through what kind of picture are those. There's quite a lot to go through and think about to be able to approve them, etc. So yeah, we will add poker. I'm very much looking forward to poker, Texas Hold'em, and I'm going to personally arrange poker tournaments in the taverns when we release that board game as well. So we have the back-end system finished to support any board game in the future. We're starting with blackjack, and I really want to have Texas Hold'em as soon as possible as well, because, you know, it's a never-ending game. We can always play for some gold coins and enjoy our time, right? Sitting in the tavern, smoking the pipe, drinking the ale, and playing some Texas Hold'em, betting your money away. If I can't be squatted outside the bank, throwing dice with the homies, I don't want it. Of course, you will be able to throw some dice as well. We're getting to poison crafting, yes. How about Darkness Magic School, like Shadow? They look so cool. I'm not sure exactly what type you mean. I mean, we will have a lot of magic and spells. We have a lot of magic schools in the upcoming months, for many months to come. We have tons of magic. We do it like art. Most people aren't smart enough to convert the bitmap or whatever. Yeah, we will have to go through it a little bit more to see what the conclusion is and how we can make it as awesome as possible to allow you to make cool stuff without having to go through a struggle. Because I think most of you guys will enjoy being proud of making a really solid piece of art, hopefully. Just add 40-50 custom designs in colors, and each guild will find their own emblem combinations. Yeah, there we have a few. options in system, we know that these combination can be, you know, millions of combinations. You can without a doubt make something very unique. That's one of the safe way we know how we can make it happen. But we don't want you to add the color using that. We want you to use our mortal color die system, which is very cool as well, which means there's a whole area of experimentation how to make very specific colors. Everything from fishing to picking plants to killing animals and extract colors and make it concentrated and then add that color to a dye tube, and that's how you define your own unique color hue type as well, which is really cool. And then you apply that to your everything you want. Yes, we will have dice as well. Just throwing a dice to show the numbers is quite easy, right? But we're trying to do some cool games as well. I'd go with something like For Honor has its 100 of premium assets that you can mix and match. Yeah, exactly. Could do that, but gives us like 1,000 options instead. Exactly. That's a solid way. We know that's gonna work, and that way we also control that. It's gonna look good either way, and it's up to you to be creative to make something unique out of those kind of presets parts. Yeah. Satan's Free, exactly. There are many good games that have done something similar, and that is a safe way of building a robust guild emblem system. So, like I said, it leans towards something like that. Requiring in-game die is a limiting in most sandbox is cool. Henrik, watch Bruce Lee stream so you can see how wheelchair manages rune combats. What? Are we are I being intersected or what? Are they coming here to Moki? Last try. Will you ever add extra clothing? Yes, we will. We're actually designing the first set of clothes right now. So, yes. What degree you have? I have like a custom bachelor with business and game development, pretty much. And then a lot of own experience in making games. Get a lifetime membership if you let me poison the wells in the cities during siege. That's pretty cool and interesting. Pretty cool idea, you know, if you're able to use some poison in a well for a city and it's being poison effect for a while, kind of, you know, ruining that water you're pulling from it. Cool idea, and I see it's fully possible to do. Will weapons have a special attribute in the future, like percentage to cause bleed, like Chris weapons? Yes, Brando Actal. But so I mentioned this a little bit earlier in the stream. There will be special abilities for every single weapon group type. And yes, the blades, one of their special ability is a specific slice that can cause a bleeding effects. And the different weapons, depending on their stats, will cause it at a more efficient rate compared to other. So obviously you may want to have a specific blade that boosts that ability. So yeah, and every single weapon group will have such different unique effects. Axes will have a cleaving strike. Hammers may have a shield breaker. Stuff like that. Dagger, a backstab. Stuff like that. Okay, it's going to be time for majors, or we go under armor. So as we design them right now, they're using the same system as armor pieces. It was a pure nightmare to make them work with under pieces. There's a few things where it kind of makes sense, but there's so many horrible cases where what piece is visible under armor, etc. And that is like an endless amount of work to go through. That is also because you can combine every single armor piece with each other's, and every piece have different openings for what you can see under it. And we're gonna add a lot more armors over time, so we have to count. So okay, we only have a few sets right now, right? But it means we need to spend all these weeks to make that part work with all those. And every time we add one more set, you multiply that with, a ton. So we need to be very careful how we implement those things now in a very complex armor system that we do have, without okay, if we add one more now, it's like 3 months of work just to add one new clothing piece. It gets exponentially explodes. So we kind of decide now that you use the same slots as armor pieces, and you will be able to enchant and enhance those pieces, while hard pieces and armor may have a different effect than soft clothes have. Yeah, in in 2D pixels layers, that was quite much easier. Now we're getting into a few thousands of combinations. And if we plan to add like tons of new armor sets and clothes, that means we're eventually leading to millions of combinations. And imagine going through millions of combinations for our team. That becomes insane. Not even Blizzard will be able to go through that with their manpower. My Nick is not happy. Yep, dual strike. We had it in the first game. We decided not to do it the same way because it didn't turn out how we wanted it to be. Dual strike was only used to tap into the special attacks that dual strike offered. Other than that, it wasn't good. We want to make sure that you benefit from that melee style, as in using two weapons and fighting with them more interestingly without tapping into the special abilities that will also be added eventually. So we put it on hold until we have a working system where we find it interesting and rewarding and fun and exciting, that this is a different type of attacking using dual weapons. So I'm not sure when we are going back to finalize that, but we decided to put it on hold since like I said, it didn't turn out well or fun enough. There will be sway on everything that mounts. It shouldn't be static. from casting to archery. Yes. Sorry, Henrik. Livia sniped me on the way. I love you. Damn, man. Sad to hear that, man. Yeah, we are spread out. So that the question is then, where do we go? Where did we go, guys? Get a standing desk. It's a lifesaver and long day in front of a PC when you're working in the gaming industry. Yeah, the thing is also, I have a bad tendency that whenever I'm on the stream using the mic, I have a tendency that the sound gets bad if I'm away from the mic. So I'm kind of leaning towards it a little bit, and that lean, after 4 hours, the neck starts to feel it. So it's a bad habit. I need to kind of sit more straight and then kind of try to adjust the mic rather than leaning forward, I guess. Thought you were going to start singing Guns N' Roses. What did I say? What reminds of that song? What is status on Thievery? No new update on Thievery. It's planned for, as it stands right now, after Epic and TC, as it stands right now. You said, where do we go? And I was expecting, where do we go now? I see. When is the next patch and what's in it? We're not setting any dates. We are just saying it's coming soon when it's polished and approved through tests. We're getting closer. Is there bars in the Magnet Dungeon? Ooh. Magneton Dungeon? Do you mean the Kaleno Dungeon? The Kaleno? I think about blocking the bank for PK players till they pay a penalty. I'm not sure exactly what I mean, but obviously, blocking our city banks in a griefing way, staff can intervene if that gets out of control. We try to obviously make sure that we add more bank options, wider entrances, and more entrances to kind of make that, convenient to be able to avoid that. Should you go into politics? Why? Why is that? Any armor sets planned for updates in the near future? We have a few clothing sets that we are adding next. We want to add some variation. It also fits with citizens that we're gonna have, where citizens live in the cities and are not just all in armors. Should become a stingray. I'm not sure if I'm up for that. When invisible items get fixed. I commented that earlier, so there's a reason. I explained why it's taking a lot of time. But yes, we are focusing on that as one of the main bugs. Hopefully it will be fixed soon in one of our upcoming patches. We know how you mean in-house. So have you reported is there a case where you can reproduce how it happens, so we have enough information to find out? Because we fixed the ones we have reported so far, and it's been quite quiet since. So we need as much information as possible if that can be done, and then I'm sure that they would go straight at it. Yeah, we have a lot of cool armor sets that I'm looking forward to that are, you know, inspired from every single clade. So every clade will have a few sets of armor when we proceed with adding more armor types from light, medium to heavy. We are following up on rituals and creatures and balance. We are not in a final state, so you can expect to see some tweaks in rituals as well now when more people are also tapping into it. Yeah, we need casual clothing, obviously, to have a believable citizens. Everyone can't be running around in these thick armors. We need some clothing and citizen clothing to noble clothing and clade inspired clothing. So yeah, we're adding quite a bit. We're working on some cool stuff as well, just to pop life into cities. Again, we're trying to build a believable RPG world where people can feel immersed and enjoy their time just walking around. Yeah, I'm sure then that there's reports, and the developers should have that, and I just haven't updated myself on the exact status where we are in the different bugs in regards of that. But yeah, it's part of our focus when it comes to the polishing. I'm hoping for a good comeback, Henrik. Godspeed. Thank you very much, Zeus. So running to Fab while talking lol. I guess I could, but may also be in danger of not being careful riding out there alone. No. We've been adding new points of interest that also affects necromancy and such in the latest patch, and we have upcoming additional points of interest in upcoming patches as well. We are debating what we should do with the opportunist gift for the humans, and we're also looking to do a little tweak on the team Warcry buff, so there will be some tweaks for sure. Any chance we will see Unreal 5 this year? Yeah, we are working very hard on stepping over to finally be able to patch into Unreal 5 and also have that ready for the Epic release. Again, we don't want to say the exact dates at this point, and the more I'm able to show you guys parts of that transition, we're also gonna feel more secure in what time frame we're talking about. It's important we get it right rather than stress it out and be half Good. Oh my god. Almost Frederick killed. What the hell? A little backstabber, eh? I don't even have bandages. Where did he go? That's what can happen when you're AFK. Almost killed my horsey. I don't have any bandages. Thank you, thank you. Oh, nice, thanks. Thank you. Now the fact that they leave a lot of stuff for the community to find and solve, yeah, that's a big part of this game. You know, we want the players to feel they accomplish
I
things,
have his head.
discover things great, and feel that reward and are, you know, in faith of, in charge of that faith as well. You can share it or you can decide not to share it. Knowledge is power in a game like this. So that will never change. Any possibility on walls coming back to Modern 2 UTC? So we had a lot of issues with walls in the first game, as you may know and remember from the first game, and it looked ugly and it closed the world and a lot of stuff walled off and a lot less player interaction because you were always behind those walls. So there was more negative things rather than positive things, I would say. However, there may be some room for some
Hey man, you want a duel, dog?
palisade types with
Yo, let's fight,
limitation,
bro.
so you can't just build them all over the world, but
Are you
within
talking to
your
me?
influenced region more. That's something we're looking into, that we may fit that. And those walls are also more easier to destroy, but also quite easy to put up again, and it just slows down a little bit and keeps some of the hostile creatures out a little bit. That may be fitting. But yeah, we don't want to have the same history as we had in the first game in terms of walls online. I heard in Modern 1 you were able to raid NPC towns from time to time. This ever occurred in Modern 2? Also heard it happen in beta multiple times. A lot of people have fun. Yeah, so we will support raiding of cities and such. The only thing we need to be very careful about is any NPC starting city should be high security for new players, or we have a high risk of dropping players randomly depending on what they choose to start in, and that's bad for the player population. We want to protect the new player experience to get have as a good chance as possible to get into the game, learn the game, and get a fair chance to, you know, either enjoy it or not, become a real player or not. And if they accidentally pick the wrong starting city, and they just get instantly killed over and over, and that's their first cool experience, there's a chance that they think, what the hell is this? Just a death match online? I thought it was an RPG game with consequences and law and order. So we kind of need to be careful there, right? But there will be room for sure when it comes to declaring war, having nation conflicts, and doing raids where, you know, it makes sense to commit to do that without kind of wrecking new player experience in a big scale. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping anyone trying to raid a city, keep the guards, you know, under control, fight them. But obviously we want to make sure there's high security in starting cities, and then it goes to low security to eventually no security at all, even not possible to place murder counts. Yeah, that's understandable. It would be nice if there was a time frame where towns are more vulnerable. Yeah, like I said, there are cases where we think it fits and makes sense, and obviously especially when it comes to player-run cities, where there can be specific things that you can sign up for if you really want to dig into city ratings and conflicts, both making threat and taunt invasion threats in the game lore to obviously players and guild conflicts. They have a pole hammer in the works. Not really. I mean, those hammers will be very small for it to be physically possible to wield a, hammer on top of a very long, heavy pole. And we tried to do weapons quite believable, where it makes sense and fits a little bit. So I'm not sure when it comes to that. I mean, it will be very small. It will be like the what's it called? The hammer we have already that is quite small, but I mean, if you make a huge hammer and put it on a very long pole, they may become unpractical eventually. A flail, yeah, just the physics and chain part that is the big challenge there. Yeah, Warhammer. True. What are you referring to here? Flying maze on a long pole, please. We had that in Modern 1. We'll love to see it here. I mean, like I said, we have a lot of different handle and head types that we still haven't added to the game. I don't know if there's some hammer-like for the long poles. Maybe there are. I'm not sure at this point. So yeah, maybe. Add birds, fish to the game, please, so we can spearfish or shoot from the sky. Yeah, and we will eventually. So we're actually planning to add a critter system that would give a lot of wildlife, small critters in the world that you can actually interact with. We found a very brilliant way of making them very efficient on the server. Thank you. That allows us to, add a ton of that in the world, which we want to do eventually. That would give a lot of life to the world. I want one of those studded bats. Japanese kanabo. Yeah, I think I know which one you're referring to. Yeah, there's a huge list of weapons to come over time, including armor types and clothes. Yeah, so that's one other thing we have also on the list when it comes to the polish focus. Quite confusing when especially new players are trading and some of the icons are being marked different. That's something we plan to fix. Again, just polish feeling so you see actually what you're trading with icon as well. Anuxa, yeah. It looked like it was tricky to be done. And yeah, we try to add as many titles as possible as soon as we can for all the professions we have where it makes sense to have the titles. So yeah. What is going on here now? Meat. I have too many heads. I think we need to clear up some head here. Time to throw some heads, guys. Boom. What's the way with Anuxa's fish, eh? Alright. How does it look? Do we have time for something? It's getting late, slowly but steady here. I see many different groups are venturing in all over Milan. Yeah, everyone is quite spread out. Quite spread out.
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god. Brand 34. Thank you very much for the prime. We're using the traditional casino rules for blackjack. Good, Henrik. The title are in game. Yeah. Yep. There will be many more titles as well over time. I'll play Texas Hold'em Poker. Me too. I'm very much looking forward to poker. Poker is really, really fun. Everyone can play poker and just bring a few gold coin and we will sit down at the tavern and play poker and eventually poker tournaments. I'm very much looking forward to that. I can play poker for a very long time. It's very fun. And of course, even more exciting when you put some silver coins or gold coins, depending on if we are playing a high rake or low. I guess we can have one copper table, silver table, and gold coin table. No, we plan to add the NPC services along with that TC pack. Used to play a lot of poker sim in the 20s, won a lot of tournaments online. Yeah, there was a huge poker boom a few years ago, right? Where, you know, it became a big thing. Tournaments, a lot of marketing, all those online casinos, television shows, all of that. Everyone wanted to play Texas Hold'em. It's a fun game to play, and yeah, I can't wait until we can play it as a community in Mortal in a tavern and just chill out and play some poker. Let's see who is the winner of the tournaments. Yeah, sitting is one of the features along with board games. Totally not a beginner. Alright, Beetle Grace. Can't wait for in-game poker and other games. Yeah, we're starting out with blackjack, and you know, that's also a very easy game. Everyone can play quite easily. And then we will most likely have Texas Hold'em, because yeah, you know, it's a fun game to be able to play whenever you want to do a chill moment. Yeah, exactly. A proper hold up at a poker tourney would be a solid content. I agree. I remember in the beta, some of our community members arranged some poker tournaments. Were streaming that live while they were sitting in a tavern in Mortal and playing with the online table next to it. It was really fun to watch, see how those noob poker players were throwing their fake money away. So I can't wait to get in there and play some poker, guys. We will have dice as well. Oh, and by the way, do you have any suggestions what you would like to see in upcoming in-game sessions? You know, I'm up for anything, like I said before. Is there any suggestion that you have that you would like to do in a game in any upcoming stream? I will join in and see if we can. Like I said, I'm up for anything, like everything from fishing, fighting, going to dungeons. Do you have any other suggestion that you would like to participate in? Duel tournament. Yeah, that's for sure. A fight at the Tinram pit. Jungle content. Squirrely Turtle Dome. Yeah, I'm down for a fishing event as well, for sure. I'm gonna meet up with Squirrely and anyone that wanna do some fishing. Would be nice to just hang out, catch some fishes, and mingle around some fishing content. Yeah, it was quite a while ago. I was down in the jungle. Need to refresh my map skills as well. I want to see you in the Fabarum Bridge Wall. That was the old days, but in the other side, the other exit from Fabarum down the smaller bridge, that was the common meeting place during the Combat Beta, and that was super fun. Everyone was really nice, respecting meeting there, and we were grouping up and just had a blast. It was really, really fun. So for sure, I want to, put up something similar like that. We have a few tools coming to the game as well that are also gonna offer us good control and tools for those that wanna apply or participate in that as well. Gotta go fish with Squirrely. Yeah, for sure, Cole Shields. I will do that as one of the sessions. So we will schedule ahead of time so everyone can see that Thursday streaming is the fishing event and where we may want to meet up, so people can prepare if they want to participate to that. That could be fun as well. Everyone knows the best fishing areas in the jungle. I mean, most hang out in Tuxai, right? Yeah, I think Tuxai is a very popular place to chill in a very nice environment. I got some progress on converting games to Unreal 5. It's going well. It's going well, and I'm gonna show you some of that progress in upcoming streams. And I'm gonna sleep. I'm actually feeling a little bit tired right now. Time flies, There's so much I want to do. But it's so easy to get stuck in the discussions and the questions. And then bam, a few hours have passed with a blink of an eye. And I didn't even have a lot of time to get anywhere in game, which I was planning to do a little bit today. I also want to plan a little bit, like I said. So what would be the next goal in game, and kind of have that stated as well, so we can plan a little bit ahead of time. It's been a little stressful, with everything going on with the Unreal 5 transition and all kind of stuff that are stealing my attention on a daily basis. Being drunk in the game would be lol. Indeed, we need that alcohol effect on the screen. When you get a certain alcohol level up to get that, drunkenness effect, and even more, eventually you will puke. We had that puking animation in the first game, and I want to make sure we get that back as well here. And yeah, maybe if you spin too much, maybe you get the dizzy effects. That could be interesting, right? If you're spinning like a crazy man, you may get a dizzy effect in your screen. What do you think about that one, eh? Tuxai is popping with anglers, good fishing community. Yeah, it's really cool to see there's a solid, nice group of really nice people just standing there, you know, chilling and fishing, socializing. It's really, really awesome to see. Spin this effect, add please. I think that could be interesting, you know. Sure, you can spin, but keep doing it insane amount and you may become having this effect in the screen, so you kind of punish yourself if you do it too much. And if you keep doing it, maybe eventually you will puke even. Not too bad, right? We're limiting the spinning. Yeah, one of our features on the upcoming roadmap is adding macro support. So you can very quickly do commands, emotes, stuff like that. Why is newcomer so insanely expensive? You know, players haven't really figured out all the pieces, where it is, and how to get everything. So when things are new and slowly being added to the game, prices go up quickly. But eventually, along with more knowledge, more items being added to the market, and you know, that hype calming down, including also we're adding more points of interest. You know, almost every patch that adds more of those options, you know, prices eventually pans out. Please, the spin to win is too much. This sounds awesome. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's too bad actually, you know, to add a dizzy effect. So, you know, if you do it too much, maybe you become dizzy. Does puking put out your hunger back to full? I mean, it makes a little bit sense, right? To increase the hunger a little bit if you actually manage to puke. Kind of makes sense, right? If you get knocked back while spinning, you trip and fall. Yeah. So you can get a spin fix. I mean, the spin effect in. Something we need to obviously go through a little bit in depth to see what is required. I mean, a lot of the on-screen effects are not too difficult to do, but obviously there are some rules. The requirement, what kind of spin will trigger that and have that under control. So there's a few things to obviously go through to see, does it fit, does it work, and do we have control over it? And we don't want to make it hinder a real world large scale fight where you still have to move around quite a lot. So it needs to be on that level, you know what I mean? I can spin that fast and stand on his feet afterwards. Have you seen those skaters that spin insanely and have perfect balance? I don't know how the hell they do it, but they can. Exactly. A Venom as Yin skaters. That's my thought too. Frederick. How do you like these forests? This always gave me the Ewoks Endor feeling with these huge trees and this type of vegetation. Does someone agree? Does it feel like the Ewoks forest? We may need we have some large trees as well that kind of resembles it. I think Moki forest is my favorite biome. Yeah, it's nice. I like it. I always enjoy this style. Have some people here. Reapers, blue. Blue. Reapers. I've seen Reapers before. What a blue. What? Awesome atmosphere. Yeah, I agree. It's really cool. And here we also have the anti-gamma hack system in place where we can control where it becomes pitch black eventually and where you can actually see. You see here we have a night vision system that are prepared for Unreal 5 as well, and the different clade stats when it comes to this. So as you can see, I see quite clear here at a decent range, and then it becomes very dark after that. And this range will also vary depending on what clay you are naturally as a baseline. And then we have some of the night vision abilities that can kind of toggle the view range ability further. Please add a mage. I said before doing that, Henrik. So what I mean is that you will have more options with Unreal 5 lightning system tied to the night visions. We already use that system, it's just that we haven't defined it per clade race since we need to redo it anyway with Unreal 5. So we haven't spent additional time on that. And with elementalism, you're also getting a light spell. You can cast a light sphere anywhere you want that are there for a while and emits lights. So it's going to look awesome. I can't wait to see that in Unreal 5. What the hell? Killing chickens. Poor chicken. Yeah, and of course, you know, the Ogmirs, Alvarines with some of the strongest night vision will see further and better. Thursa also have a little bit better night vision than humans, so there will be some different ranges. But yeah, we will also have a lot of different light sources to be used, from magic, alchemy, to additional lantern, torch types. We know it's not very convenient to be the torch carrier in the weapon hand. We need to get there as well. Yeah, animism is one of those, again, so we can let the community vote on what order some of those schools should be getting into the game. We are doing elementalism now as the next one, but we are pretty open to actually a vote in what order the other ones should go. Animism, mentalism, staff magic, illusionism. Those are up for grabs, guys. So we may want to do a community vote just to see, are we picking the most popular one first? Dragon next piece. The Dragon School is extremely specific and it's not going to be common whatsoever. So it's not a good order to add Dragon Magic because it's going to be that's one of the rare schools. Harmonism is also cool, you know, that's also up for voting for sure, because obviously we need the instruments. Then you link the power within instruments, and yeah, we need some music, right? You know, instruments in our taverns to add that little depth of RP, mood, atmosphere. Where's Dragon Magic? That's a big secret. There is very little known about this ancient magic, and it's up to the players to figure it all out. It's not gonna be a common big thing where everyone accesses it quickly in this hotspot. It's gonna be like in the patch notes. Dragon magic is available, and that's it. The rest is up to the players. And it's supposed to be one of those very specific rare skills. So no complaining if you can't find it. Can I make an illusion of me and my horse? You'll be able to make some cool illusions in different ways that is gonna be very fun. So yeah, even the old ancient known illusionist managed to scare off a horde of army just by pure illusions, the tales say. We're looking into the different options like MIDI support for instruments. I know that Mats have a very brilliant design for us that I'm very sure that it's just going to be awesome, one of a kind as usual when he goes nuts in our deep systems similar to that. Our personal vote goes elementalism, staff magic, mentalism, illusionism. Yeah, that's a good order. That's a good order. And yeah, there's a lot of good popular value in staff magic and mentalism that I know a lot of players have been asking for. So that's why I think those are good schools coming kind of next. Like I said, I could be open and interested in seeing what the whole community how they would vote. Oh, we love that game for stories. Wait, what it let us make. Let's say maybe Black Bear Ganger come to kill you, and you're playing second day, but man with a horse come and kill Ganger gives a helping hand, and this just the start of adventure. Yeah, indeed. Elementalism was cool, but it was mostly only used for sieges. We will refine the spells a little bit this time around. There will be good use for PvE, yes, in sieges, but also utility opportunities in different situations. And you get a light spell, which is handy. So I think you will have more tools for the mage for sure. Like I said, we get a very important system with elementalism that a lot of the other schools are going to reuse. So we save a lot of time by taking that step. And we need the weather. We need to control it. I've been playing some UO for the first time while waiting on Morton to flesh out a bit more and loving it. The will thievery, stealth, hiding, and all that stuff works similar to Mortal 2 as it did in UO. So thievery is very inspired from that game with some important changes. So in the first game we were very similar system, but there was a few things we knew that we can improve on and add a little bit more risk reward, making it more exciting for a really good thief. So yeah, it's quite similar. We won't have a hiding skill where you just try to use the hiding skill and you poof disappears in thin air, because you can actually hide in this world behind rocks in thick vegetation and hide from enemy for real. So it's actually your own player skills hiding. But there will be some components that obviously will help in this in terms of camouflage, magical components that makes it easier to blend into the environment, to be more stealthy and more efficiently hide from enemies. Being able to possibly reduce the targeting, because if I aim on you here in the grass, if I think I see you, we don't want this pop to happen and ruin some of that. So there will be more support for being able to play stealthy, for sure. Please make the stone quieter. Yeah, there will be an update along with Unreal 5 and quite the overhaul with the weather system and how that all looks and performs and sounds. We're going to stay in Moki. That's the question. I'm getting a little tired. The question is if we have time, if I have the time to venture towards any of the other cities. That's the question. Should have head out straight away earlier, I guess. Yeah, we see quite a few streamers here. Bruce tried to get their meet up, but it seems they got intercepted and fallen. So I'm not sure if they're back in Fabernum or what they are up to. Come deal me, Henrik. I can train you. Ruluf, are you here in Moki? Could do a little quick one before I fell asleep, I guess. Grab the next place you want to stream at. Yeah, I can do that possibly in the next stream. I think I'm a little too tired to head out for now. Melkia, the alchemists. Jurt, the weaponsmith, dauntless. Wolf, here we are. Imperial Dreams. I think I'm gonna stay with Frederick, so I'm ready for the next next adventure.
Yeah, we wanna do this in town. If you stay outside the gates, people will kill you and loot you.
Yeah. Can't wait for all the UN updates. You mean the Unreal 5 updates? Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. Ooh, my neck is sore. Not the best one, the flakestone steel short sword. Ah, steel. Let's take a look. Should Uh-oh. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. He's blinding himself. The tower shield build. What the hell? Ah. He shot me. Shit, it was quite the time since I was dueling. I feel very rusty. Very rusty. Go up. I saw it. So yeah, the left. Yeah, that's the spear's stance when it comes
Won't
to.
you open the eyes to my heart, Lord? Won't you open the eyes to my heart?
Singing.
I want to feel you.
Oops, over. Yeah.
Take my arms and lift you up.
Isn't that beautiful? Oop. That is a tanky ass. Look at my down blocks. I was so close to blocking.
Right, Henrik.
Good fight. Nice fight. Yeah.
And on this day, doth the man who's created our world came and got his ass kicked. Pathetic.
Indeed, my son, indeed. Yeah, I need some practicing. It's like it was combat beta when I was seriously fighting constantly back then. I need a few sessions to get a little bit back on track, I think. Got a pole sword user here, eh?
I've got to say, I've never seen better. You know, everyone tells me, they tell me, Henrik, you know, this guy, right? No, they say he doesn't have anything going on in his head. But let me tell you something. He does. He does. He leads the company just like I lead the country. With absolute vigor. And that's what we like. And that's the thing the media won't tell you. They won't tell you that this man leads this game into the ground. I'm sorry. That's just a fact. I'm not saying it, right? That's what Sean Hannity's saying. He's saying it on Fox, and they're saying it on GameStop. Right?
Come on, man.
The number one game in America. That's right.
Indeed, my son, indeed. Whoa! 32. Yeah. I had a little blocky. Look, I have to fix my down block. I'm missing too many of those. God damn it. Right in the shield. Damn. My distance is completely off. Jeez, I need to fix my down block. It ruins everything. Where the hell is it going? Oh. Heal! Right in equipment. Right in the head.
Can't see anything.
Oh, Jesus.
Am I in mercy? I don't know.
You are in
Oh, there we
mercy.
go. Yeah. GG.
GG, GG. Torden. Yeah, we had a wonderful singer nearby. I don't know who it was, but
How could you lose?
these guys noobs they aren't even
Don't
spinning.
know.
We don't do that noobish
Must be
stuff
hacking.
that you don't do in real life combat. You know, we're trying to embrace the real
You're hitting me
combat
for
that you
20
do
through the shield.
outside in a while.
Bloody hell.
I could do some
Yeah.
spin, but not right now. Forward swing animation, and then it comes speed speed. Yeah, there are for sure room for adjusting some of the animation, for sure.
Don't listen to you, Henrik. Don't do it, please. Don't change the animation.
Don't change the animation, eh? Awesome to see you playing. Yeah, I really want to jump in a little bit early next time. I got stuck in the chat, and I'm looking forward to do some really nice game sessions. I'm missing it greatly. I haven't been able to spend time in game for quite a while, and you know, you get that little, you know, that what is it called, what the hell, damn, I'm missing the words. I'm getting too tired. You know, you need that of the day. What's it called? What am I looking for? The dose, maybe. A dose of mortal, you know, to chance of doing a fluid fighting system like Last Oasis. Do you mean when you can fluid just move the mouse towards any of the direction and changes without reinitiating the command, you mean? We did experiment with that during the combat beta, and majority thought we were limiting player skills. Your fix, exactly, mix. My fix, that's the word I was looking for. What are chances we can change
Found the bug.
spell casting from hit scan to projectiles? So we do mean to have ecumenical
The
and some
blind
of the
spell doesn't work
spells
on me anymore.
to be hit scans, while most of the other spells coming, starting with elementalism, will be projectiles, very specific ones.
Never mind, it started working again.
What happened? What happened? You should repoll players on the block system. You mean the fluid? If we should have a fluid blocking or not? Like if I just do this and it goes from right, up, down, left when I do this. We did test it and went through that during the whole the combat beta when combat was the main focus for everyone involved, and absolute majority thought it removes some of the player skills. You can make mistakes, and this can be takes time to get that correct, and obviously all that mistakes added gives room for actually winning and beating the opponents. The easier it becomes and less forgiving, or more forgiving, the longer a duel will last. Now, the biggest weapon you have in a duel is spinning. And with fluid blocking, fluid striking, or non-spinning, a duel will never end. Because we will lack special moves. We can't speed up the system more because it's a MMO. So it's tricky. again, you know, where the Comet shines and are super fun is in group fights and out there when it's real fights. 1-on-1 duels, you know, you can practice a lot to get that muscle memory going and practice to make no mistakes.
Die doth roll.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say. Last of Us is blocking is way too easy, and that's what everyone was saying when we were in the Combat Beta focus, that we want to give room for higher player skills and more mistakes, so it takes longer time to master it, and you know, you can actually win a duel fight without it taking 20 minutes, which we had it at one time during the Combat Beta. It never ended when there were high skilled versus high skilled. But again, group fights, as soon as you add 2 versus 2, everything changes, and that's more where it starts to, you know, shine, I would say. So I'm not sure. I suck at melee, but screw flip blocking. I mean, I can see where it feels better, right? If I were playing a single player or such, I fully see that will feel, you know, easier, more controlled. But isn't that the point a little bit, that if there's challenges, that also gives more room for player skill ceiling? That's at least what the majority were pointing out at that time as well when we were testing it.
Did you just touch me, worm? Be
what about
silent!
to
Keep your forked tongue behind your teeth.
4 more
I have
directions
not
for the
passed
text
through
block.
fire and death to banding
I'm not
tricky
sure about
words with
that.
the riddleless worm.
What the hell is going on? Additional directions.
You're lucky it would be a hate crime
I'm
to
not
hit
sure.
you.
I'm not sure
For I
actually
do not
what
prey on the
that would
disabled.
give. Obviously, additional with a direction that is a little bit closer to another one. I guess more depth of seeing
Pathetic.
those angles. And you know, spinning today is obviously hiding a lot of that. Hiding additional directions will obviously make it more difficult. A lot more animation work needs to be done. A lot more per weapon type and group. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that would play out for Mortal. Other than that, I know that the animators would bleed on their hands when adding additional sets of animation for every single group.
I will draw you, Henrik, as poison is drawn from a wound.
Torden! Torden, do you hear me?
Do you threaten me?
No, I'm trying to reach contact with you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I reached contact with you. Great. I was thinking you were in your own bubble walking circles here.
My mind stretches far in the outer reach of the galaxies where no man can touch.
I see, I see. Where are you from, Torden?
I am from there which is unseen, from under and over the hill.
Where the hell is that, Torden?
It is somewhere out of reach. You can only get there when you do not wish. And you can only leave when you do not want to.
I see, I see.
My mind is an enigma.
Yes.
I hope you don't mind if I ask you a personal question, but what is your exact weight?
It is 89. What is your weight?
That's too personal of a question.
Come on, Torden. Let's hear it, Torden.
According to GDPR standards, I cannot disclose that information without violating a slew of
That's
compliance
not a
policies.
thing in Nave. You know that, Torden. That's not a thing in Nave.
Maybe you should look up the rules of the Great Bank of Nave. You
I
will
have.
certainly not get any gold.
You look like 76.
That is because I age like fine goat milk.
Indeed. Indeed.
I'm actually 12 years old. Believe it or not.
Oh, I wouldn't believe it.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, not at all. Confused with your confusion.
That's exactly.
I'm sorry. I
Show me your face, Torden.
was a little upset.
Show me your face.
Give me one good damn reason why I should
with your
dare.
helmet. Off with thy helmet, Torden.
I will.
Commanded.
I will. There you go. I took my helmet off.
No, it's on your head. Off with
that
thy
is my head.
helmet.
What are you gonna do if I don't? Huh?
Off with it. Off with it.
Oh, I'll give you a little something to see.
You're one hairy dwarf.
Drink it in, baby.
Very,
That's
very
100% kosher hog. Enjoy.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
Who's this big?
Sorry, I'm a bit of a maverick. I'm not gonna do what you tell me to.
Come on, Torden, I need to see your face. I need to memorize your face, Torden.
Why? I don't like this. I don't like being pressured into doing things I don't want to do.
Do it, Torden. Do it. Do it.
I'm out.
God damn, it's getting away.
Hey, get back here. You have a moment to speak?
That hairy little bastard. Just get home, only one whisk and dab down.
I refuse.
Get back here.
It does sound like one of those
Higher power.
that could have, coming from Lords of the Ring or something.
Damn you, nimble little monkey man.
What?
I've seemed to have lost him.
Yeah.
Nimble little monkey man gave me the slip.
Do you hear me?
Oh, the gods are speaking directly to me. It's too much. I know why he ran. God.
Where's the little monkey man?
Oh my god. I'll search until I die now.
Find him. Flu blocking is better with Great Blade. You, Henrik, I just did a little dueling. I need some practice to get back on track. That's for sure. Sure. That is the voice of God. Compare dreams. Reapers, dauntless. Look at that. These little hobbits. The little hobbits. To remove VoIP volume sliders, you wouldn't need to change the whole game's volume and get ear raped by other sounds if someone VoIP is too quiet. Yeah, that's the problem, right? If you increase the VoIP for all VoIP, because a lot of people are silent indeed, then yeah, there will obviously one of those that are breaking your ear. with a mic in the mouth with very high outputs.
I don't know. Wait.
It's a little tricky to balance that out, you know. It depends so heavily on all the users, their settings and their mic and all that. But overall, I think most are too silent. But then every now and then we get one of those extreme loud. So it's a little tricky. I'm not sure what the best solution is there to get it on a more mid-range. After dealing Henrik, I got a feeling round shields are better due to the weird tower shield animation. Weird tower shield animation. Which one do you mean?
Yeah, it seems very 50-50 if it's work or not.
Could add wipe alternation to cap out the volume. Yeah, maybe something like that could help. We'll have to see. But currently you can only change the general game audio volume rather than just change the wipe volume. So this is the VoIP volume. This is the game volume. So if people are too loud or too silent, then yeah, you can pull this down a little bit, pull this up. If they're too loud, you can pull this down a little bit. Oh. I would love to have you visit, Henrik. Yeah, I would have to visit back there as well. What are you doing, Meltia?
Observing silently.
What?
Observing silently.
I see. I see. Thank you. Thing I'm looking forward to is the new skybox and weather system will add so much immersion to the game, I feel. Yeah, it's gonna add a lot of depth when it comes to the immersiveness and atmospheric feeling. I've seen a little sneak peek of the new weather system and holy shit, I can't wait also to have that in game. It's gonna add a whole new depth when it comes to, yeah, the whole mood of the game. Yeah, you should do a world tour, Henrik. A different city each time. That is a good idea, actually. That's a good idea.
Or it didn't work.
Henrik's got a
I
voice.
was in a battle with the monkey man. I chased him outside of town. I've completed my quest.
I'm dumb. I thought the volume slider was for your own mic volume. Ah, no, not that easy. Not
What is
that
my
easy to
reward?
know. What did you say? What did you say?
I've completed my quest.
Did you find a hairy little man?
It's you now!
Torden!
Torden!
He never listened. He never listened.
Sorry.
There will be a time to grieve for Seb, but it is not now.
Torden!
As CEO, you are charged with the defense of the city. Where is Moki's armies?
Off with thy helmet.
I'll take my helmet off. Yeah. Over my dead corpse.
Torden! Little bastard. Alright, guys. I think this may be it for me. It's getting late. And I just hit 6 hours, I see. Holy shit.
Shot you on the pay on the left. He's angry.
Alright. No PP on the stream. Jesus. No PP on the stream. I just did a little dueling. I need to practice quite a bit to get back on track to have some decent PvP skills again. I feel that. Very rusty. Lightning strike him. Lightning strike! Alright, guys. Shall we do a little raid today before I leave you this fine night? Do you have any suggestions for a stream you would like to look at? Roddy, what? Roddy Raider. Roddy Raider. Roddy Raider. Who that? Who? Did you see that? Did you see that lightning beam? The puff smoke effects are amazing looking. Don't you agree? Don't you agree? The puff smoke effects. Tragedy for 5k. Bruce Squarely. Alright, last chance giveaway. Already done the today's giveaway. More var. Next time you get a new chance. When's the next game sale? I'm not sure exactly when they start. I have to log into the Steam account to see how that is looking. Try to follow some of those period sales every now and then. Shall we do a little vote? You pick. I'll let you pick. Let me raid Squirrely. I butcher his name, but it's fine. You know it is Bruce Lee. Who do we have more? Is J45 streaming? Let me see. J45. Who do we have? Mo. We have there's quite a few new ones, right? That been starting streaming. That's really nice to see. Let's put Clean there as well. He's a really nice guy. I guess one of our biggest streamers right now that are quite new to the game. Seems to be getting into the game, enjoying the game. So awesome to see. I'll let you vote, guys. Go for it. Help me. I'm getting a little tired now. My brain have stopped working. And whoops. I need your help before I fall asleep. Alright, so it's between Squirrely Clean, quite tight. Let's see. Half time. Oh, Jesus. It's tight, guys. We need breaking point. Squill or clean? They're playing together. Oh, they're playing together. Let me see. Ah, so Clean is visiting the fisherman place, eh? That's cool. That's cool. Alright, so you'll get both then, I guess. Alright, guys, awesome. Thank you so much for participating, tuning in, asking your awesome questions, and having a nice conversation. And thank you so much for your support and your donations, subscription, and all that. I really appreciate it. And I hope to see you on the next stream. And like I said, hopefully we will have... I finally managed to get some time to finalize some of the upcoming roadmaps and some schedule of the upcoming streams as well. We have some exciting stuff in the loop. So yeah, thank you very much for tonight, and I will do a little raid over to our fisherman, so I hope you will enjoy that. And yep, I will see you soon. All right, have a good night. Bye bye.